And let's see if this thing even works. Haven't been on the computer in quite some time. Excuse me. Felt like I had a peanut shell going on in my throat there. Gonna die before we even get started, guys. Oh, well, I'm not sure if anyone's actually going to tune in and see this. It has been so long since I've been live. My name's Jeremy. This is Awakened Reality, and I hope with all of my heart that you are doing the best that you can right now. That is all that we need to be focused on is giving intent towards our best efforts. Everything else is going to be left up to uh, things that are outside of our comprehension, our conscious understanding, our capabilities of control. So we are definitely only capable of so much, guys. So I love you. I've missed you. I hope some people get a chance to tune in. Katie, how are you? I hope life is good for you. It's been an interesting year, for sure. I think the last stream I did was probably back in October, November, somewhere around that time. Um, I really had to step away. I had a lot of things that I had to finally address and be honest with myself about, things that I was not taking care of, things that I was avoiding, and it had to be done. You can't sit here and tell people how they need to focus on this, focus on that, worry about doing this, that, and the other. If there's some things that you still needed to take care of. So that's where I've been. I've been handling things. I've had some unfortunate things happen. I've had some really good things happen. Uh, in the grander scheme, I guess everything is great. But definitely had both my parents decide to buy the propaganda and take the plunge. And so that put me in a massive wave of depression good 5 months. I don't think I got off the couch. I mean, I crashed. I lost my heart there for a while. Um, Both my mother and my father decided to do it. I know my father is already at triple. He's on his triple and already contemplating the fourth. He's been perfectly fine. He's never had any issues, any reasons to go do this, like so many others. But he has done it, and now I sit here like so many other people and play the waiting game to see what happens. And finally decided about a month or two ago to get off my ass and stop feeling sorry for myself. Remind myself that others are going through the same and much worse than what I've been going through. I put on weight. I stopped exercising. It was bad. Like I hit bad. The good news is I'm finally getting all my teeth fixed. I started the process about a month and a half ago, 2 months ago. Whenever I finally just like God, the universe kicked me again. It was like, hey, you're needed elsewhere. Get up. Let's go. So uh, next, I've had some teeth removed back here, some surgeries, an infection taken care of, all of this, and I'm going to show it now live because I can't wait. This cavities here, cavity here, cavity here. It's another reason why I haven't been live. Embarrassed about how bad it had actually gotten, and so all that gets fixed next month, the 8th of August. I'll have a brand new smile. I'll be happy to actually smile and look at people again. So that's exciting. I'm excited about that. One of the final things I needed to, maybe not final, but one of the main things that I needed to address. Um, I had some really bad arthritis going on in both my hands. I got into video gaming again, escapism. Like I said, I know I can't change people, so I was handcuffed. I cannot change anyone. I cannot force anyone to research the kind of things that we talk about. You can't force anyone to want to get healthy. You can't force anyone to want to be, positive and seek out a better way. You can't force that on anyone, and that's hard for someone who feels that they have real answers that can really help someone. So you feel lost, you feel handcuffed, and so I went to some escapism, like a lot of people have, and I found myself video gaming, just blanking out, like turning everything off, and it's escaping instead of addressing and conquering. And so I developed some really bad arthritis where I was waking up in the middle of the night, carpal tunnel arthritis. I don't know what it was, but my hands were like throbbing and cramping. So I had to stop what I was doing, start addressing that that the fight's not over. The fight is not over for any of us. Never is. And it's a good fight. This is a good fight that we're all in. I keep reminding people. I try. People are so upset with it, and they should be upset. Okay, you should be upset with the state of the world. You also should have been upset with the state of the world 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 15 years ago, 20 years ago, before they decided to unveil what the world really is, who the people are really in charge, the kind of policies that they like to implement, the kind of systems that they've created. Before they lifted the veil, people should have cared, but they didn't. So now, how many people have awakened reality? How many people have woken up to truths about themselves, about their neighbors, about their communities, about their governments, about their, friends, their family, their jobs? Would any of those things happened without the shakeup of the world over the last 3 years? Where would we be? You'd have more children going missing without anyone raising an eyebrow. You'd have more people diving into obesity and destroying their bodies. You do have this sense of false care going on with health. People aren't actually care. If they cared about their health, they'd be exercising, they'd be changing their diet, they'd be seeking alternative forms of medicine rather than pharmaceutical uh, band-aids. There is a reason the things that are happening are happening. I'm not saying that there isn't a group of people that are hopeful for a very nefarious, very dystopian outcome. But I have always raised one question when it comes to people that buy into the depopulation and all this stuff. Okay. These people need to be idolized. These people need to feel like gods amongst men. These people that make these decisions, they need celebrity worship. If there's only 500 million people on the planet, and you've already got your 1%, who's there to serve these people? Who's here to worship them? Who's here to applaud them? Who's here to cheer them on? Who's here to envy them if they don't have billions of people to control? So I've never bought into they're going to depopulate the entire world to 500 million. It doesn't add up to their ego. It doesn't add up to their desires that they have shown over countless generations, countless civilizations that they have just shown to me that they're greedy. They want more. They want more. They want more. When do they ever want less of anything? They need your energy. They need your bodies. They need you as worker bees. So something doesn't add up. Yes, there is definitely intentional death occurring, but is it going to the degree of killing off 7.5 billion people? I don't think so. I don't know. It doesn't add up to me. Even with all the AI technology, AI doesn't serve them like gods. It doesn't make they don't. you don't feel like you conquered anything. These people are conquerors. They love the idea of conquering. They love the idea of being superior. So I don't know, 500 million. With the Georgia Guidestones and everything, that was obviously a recent thing that people are all discussing. And I don't know. I just don't get in. I don't want to buy into. I don't put my energy into all this. What if? What if? What if? What if? I have remained focused on, to the best of my ability, how can I improve myself and the immediate surroundings around me. And if I help anyone through this, if I reach anyone outside of my immediate locale, that's great. But this is where I can focus. This is it. I uh can't really worry about things that are outside of my reach. Um, but I have missed you guys, and I felt so bad that I didn't explain that I went into this deep dark hole of depression again. Like the dark night of the soul just grabbed me again. It was like, I'm not done with you yet. And I tried to, chip in on Discord here or there where I could. Um, but when I flip a switch, I flip a switch, and it's just I shut down, and it's just like, okay, you're not in a position to be authentic with what you need to say, what you want to say, because now you've hit a roadblock. Now you've got some blockage, you've got some ancestral things that have now popped up again. You go deal with it. Um, I will promise that if that ever happens again, that I will clearly make sure that I make a video, or I post something on one of my platforms that just says, hey, and I think I did that vaguely, but I didn't respectfully, for the people, even if it's just 10 of us that show up. That's 10 of us that have a place to go, to chat, to hang out, to vibe, to converse with people that are like-minded. No, we all don't agree on every single thing. We're never going to agree. That's what makes us individual. And we have to get back to the collective in an individual path. That makes sense. We will rejoin the collective, and we will all understand the same things, and all that later in life, in another dimension, in another physical or lack of physical form. But it is an individual path. We can't rush it. Definitely can't rush it. But I promise that I will try to communicate better when I decide to step away like that, because I believe that anyone that's going to talk to people in any kind of platform, you better be walking the talk. And if you find yourself where you're not walking the talk, and that happens, life is a roller coaster. Okay, I'm not beating myself up for it. That happens. Like, this is an ongoing journey. But if you're not walking the walk, you have no right to be talk to other people, because people can pick up on if it's not genuine, because the energy's not there. If they can look in your face and they can see, this person isn't willing to make eye contact with me. They're selling me a load of shit. Excuse my French. Then at that time, step away, get your shit together. No matter how long it took, I didn't expect to be gone for 6 months, 7 months, 8 months, however long it was, almost creeping up on a year. Probably about 9 months, I think it's been. But it is what it is. But I wanted to come back and check in and see if there was anyone out there that had anything going on in their life. Sylphie, Pixie, as love, self Pixie. Welcome back, Pixie for short. Um, I hope you're doing great. Tell me how things are going in your guys' world. Tell me if you're seeing any major changes in your location that you're having to deal with. I know some people are dealing with food shortages, whether it's extreme or not. I'm not sure. I know that there is a lot of concern about that. Are you seeing any red flags? Military personnel, FEMA camps being built. I don't know. It's been 9 months. A lot is going on. I see a lot of reports of a lot of fighter jets and stuff in areas, um, flying around in formation. Adam at Marfugal News was just talking about that, um, about the different things going on. and certain cameras on the East Coast being turned off. There's reporters in different countries that are trying to alert Americans of, some possible things coming our way. Who knows? Again, I don't get into the fear. Whenever something's going to happen, it's going to happen. Can only hold so much food and water in my basement. I can only help so many people. There's only so much you could do before you just have to still live day to day and try and find as much happiness as you can day to day. So let's check in. Let's see. Thanks. I'm glad to see you back. Well, I'm glad to be back. I am again. I'm very sorry that I kind of departed the way I did from so many people. But I've been working on a lot. You're going to see a whole new face here in about 3 weeks. I have all this has been paid for. Uh, it actually was the last of everything I had. We're talking about over 10 grand for complete redone oral surgeries, replacements, all that. It was just about 13 grand. And that's because I don't do insurances. I don't believe insurances. I believe if you take care of yourself properly, you don't need those kind of things. That's kind of a fear system thing that I try to not have. But then again, I don't have kids or anything like that. I've got to worry about. I don't have those kind of fears, those matrix fears that other people have. Um, so I'm excited for everyone to see a brand new smile in about 3 weeks. Give or take some healing, because I wasn't even able to like open my mouth there for a while on the last one. But I've been working on that, working on getting back in shape. Trying to. I put on probably I don't know. I don't get on scales, but I was definitely bloated. You could probably see a little bit of the chunkiness in my face here. Speaking of your comment about my face, yeah. Uh, the beard had gotten down to here again. I just shaved it when I went in for the first dentist appointment. I didn't think that. I thought it would be nice if they had, you know, a clean surface area to work on. So the beard was down to here. Not even 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago tops. So I had the beard was, whew, it was good. Um, and it'll be back. But I felt while they're doing work, Susan, hey, welcome back. So blessed to have you join us. Thank you so much. Feel free to let us know how things are going in your area. What kind of things the uh, the Great Reset, the Great Awakening is unfolding in your life, your communities. Are you seeing you know good things? Are you seeing bad things? I'm sure it's a mixture of both. Are you seeing any alarming things that we might want our community to know about? Anything that's helped you over the last 9 months? Let us know. Let us know. It's still an open platform, open forum. Love the feedback. Love the open conversation. Got 6 people watching, and I'm blessed for all 6 of you guys being here. I hope your loved ones are doing good. I hope that you guys are staying active in growth, whether in multi-phase. Remember, we're multi-dimensional beings. We need to be operating in multi-phases. Working on your mental health, your spiritual growth, your physical health, which is all that I think that any of us should be focused on right now. I lost you know time with my mother and my brother and stuff because I'm worried about what they should be doing instead of just focusing on me. And there's a lot of us that are going through that. A lot of us because we're doing it out of a place of love. We're not doing it out of a place of fear. It's actually out of a place of love. But again, you can't walk anyone's journey for them. And there's no amount of data. There's nothing you could do. The best example we can ever do is by being the example. And uh, it's always harder to impress. Not always. It is more times than not, unfortunately, in this matrix. It is more times than not with the way they have tore families apart and family trust apart. It's harder to impress or regain trust with family members um, in a lot of situations because they'll be your number one hater. I'd be like, "Nah, I've seen enough of you to know that I don't buy this, or this is just a phase, or who just because I could do that if I wanted to. Well, whatever, then do it. Then do it. Then start being self accountable because that's all we can be focused on right now. We need to be available for people if we can. Like right now, I'm in a position where I'm feeling good. I'm energized. I'm healthy, so I'm active. I'm out in my neighborhood again. I just offered my neighbors some help. Um, doing work around my father's house. He's finally trusting me to like allow me to do like real projects around the house, which is great. Awesome, awesome. And I hope I get another 5 years with him like this. Don't think that's gonna happen for a multitude of reasons, but I am so thankful that I got this opportunity now to, while I'm focused on my health and everything, uh, to be able to rebuild a relationship with my father before it's all stripped away from us here soon. Let's see here. We got Susan in the building. Susan is just fantastic. Let's see. Very nice to meet you, Pixie. You two love. Let's see. That's not accurate. They keep their says yes. That is so accurate. They keep their focus on our past mistakes because of the resentments they have about it instead of looking to future and believing in our growth. Absolutely. I believe in our growth. All y'all are amazing. I'm gonna have exactly, Katie. It's 100%. And at a certain point, it falls on us and our maturity and our growth to understand that, to understand that, and say, "No, you do you. I'll be here when you're ready. If you're doing something good and positive, I want to be a part of it. If you're not, here's my wall, and it's there. My aura, my bubble is there to protect me from energies that don't line up." Unfortunately, I can't screen share right now, guys. I'm my my screen share platform, my software. It's like 150 bucks. Wasn't able to renew that, so it's only going to be on YouTube right now until I figure out if I find some work or something like that. I'll redo the year service for that other program because there's a lot coming up that I would like to get back into sharing with everyone, and looking at things very carefully and particularly this time around, um, to the best of our ability without losing a whole nother channel and all the thousand subscribers that we lost. Um, so for right now, the stream does not go off to Facebook, Twitch, or any of the other platforms. It's only on YouTube because that was a service that allowed it all to go out at once. But we'll gather here. I want to do it daily again, maybe twice a day, just checking in, no agendas, um, just getting on and talking and being here in case anyone has something that they want to talk about. Um, and just making myself available again while I continue to work out. I don't know. Let's see. Oh God, do I really want to show my basement, my little TV? I got my workout ball there. I got a weight bench and gym set up over there in the corner. So I am working, working hard, getting that sunshine. You can, I don't know if you can see how much color I've been able to get over these last couple weeks, but been doing my grounding and working on all that exciting stuff. Susan, what part of the world are you in again? You're up in the. Are you in the Dakotas? No? Was it you that were in the Dakotas? I can't remember. Yeah, that's great, Pixie. You got to start. Like I had to start all over again, and it sucked. I couldn't when I first got on the ground to do my push-ups. Couldn't even lift my body off the ground. I was so soft again. I was so completely weak and completely just literally laying on a couch for 5.5, 6 months, not doing anything. just going through the winter and like literally like cabin fever, depression, like on the couch, like could not move, could not do anything. Okay, you're in Trinidad. That's right. You're in Montana. That's what it is because you were up in Montana. That's what it is. How is the living styles out there? How are the without getting in trouble on YouTube? Are you seeing a lot of restrictions? Are you seeing a lot of people buy into the restrictions? Is there was there ever a heavy amount of the coverings and the distancing and all that stuff? Because Montana seems more cowboyish, rural, not buying into the matrix as much as other areas. All right, Pixie, stop back in, check us out. We'll be here. Probably be on later tonight too. See if I can't get in touch with some of the late night people. Let them know I'm back. Let them know I want to hang out and just check in and see how everyone's doing. A new governor, yeah. Well, you know how I feel about all that kind of stuff. Here in North Carolina, it's not bad. Some people still wear covering. Yeah, no, and you know what? I don't think those are ever going away. Not mandates or restrictions. The people that choose to. I mean, you got to look at like Japan and China and stuff like that. They've been doing these face coverings, buying into this whole thing for a long time. They've been brainwashed um, into the coverings for decades. I mean, they've been wearing those for a long time. So I think that in the new world, oh, forgive me, hold on one second. My TV just came on. Yeah, so like I was saying, I think unfortunately the face coverings are going to be something that certain people are going to buy into a lifelong um, use of them. I mean, there are some people that love what's going on right now. There are some people that have been programmed to drama and chaos and unharmonious lifestyles that they thrive in this, that they love it. There are people for many reasons. People don't like their appearance, so they're excited that they get to just like people who wear sweatshirts all the time, even in the summer, because they think that they're hiding the fact that they're overweight. No, no, no. You're lying to yourself so you can sneak past mirrors and try and get through the day feeling as good about yourself as you're willing to do without putting in work to really feel good about yourself. It's the same thing. There's going to be a multitude of reasons that people in society, certain people, are going to wear those things forever. Those things, I don't fight that battle. It's just like a hairstyle to me. Um, Anything else that you want to do for you, as long as it's not children. That's my problem. My problem is when it's children that haven't even been able to find out who they are or make decisions for themselves or anything like that. That's my problem, is covering up a beautiful child's face. Other than that, adults, you can be as into this system as you want to be. I do not care. I am not fighting to change the system. I am not fighting to hold on to this system. I am not fighting to destroy this system. I am uh, eliminating myself from the system. I am removing myself and watching the system fall from within. Like all empires, like all companies, like anything, it falls from within. Your house will always fall from within. They know that. Let it happen. Let it happen. I'm not going to fight to hold on. I'm not fighting to hold on to celebrity worship and sports stadiums and music celebrities and actors and medical systems that don't heal and education systems that don't share knowledge and wisdom. I'm not fighting to hold on to any of this stuff. Why are you in the streets begging your caretakers to change the care that they've been giving you? What? I mean, come on, stop, stop. Take some responsibility for yourself, and let's move forward. Let's see what else we got. Let's see. So, it was a stark difference from total lockdown to all restrictions lifted. See, I never dealt with a lockdown. Even when they said the 2 weeks to flatten the curve or whatever, I made sure that I was out walking my dogs in the parks, walking to the stores. Like I refused. Like I never isolated. No, I made sure that people saw that there were people rebelling against the system. So I never had that. I have had to put a face covering on a few times. As much as I fought it at first, I've had to do it a few times. Like to go to this dentist that I'm dealing with, they still require it. Signage everywhere. What? What are you doing? Okay. And again, they're about to be all up in your face. You're gonna take the thing off as soon as like look at that. They're gonna be all up in my face fixing stuff. Why am I in the lobby worried about the damn face cover? It's like the restaurant thing. Why do I have wear it to get to my table and then take it off and let's sit and eat all the bad food and get drunk at the table, do all this unhealthy stuff at the table, stare at our phones at the table, but it's okay because as soon as we get up, we'll put this thing back on and we're healthy again. The hell are we doing, people? What the hell are we doing? We're not taking air. So unfortunately, I have had to wear it a few times. There were a few times where I had to get into the grocery store, and I raised hell in the beginning times. I yelled and screamed in parking lots. I did all sorts of stuff. I'm not perfect. I'm not. I did not. I have not handled this entire process like Jesus. Okay, Uh, please don't anyone think that because I have answers, ideas, suggestions that I haven't had my faults, that I haven't had mishaps, that I haven't made the same mistakes that other people are making. That's why I can talk about it because I have made the mistakes. I have learned from the mistakes. I have realized that standing in a parking lot, screaming at people for social distancing, holding signs, trying to educate them, telling them all of this, that, and the other, it ain't going to do a thing. It's not going to do a thing. It's not. It's not. Because that epiphany happens from within. It's like keep trying to tell people when people were talking about like veganism doesn't make sense up here because it's something that happens here. It's not here, it's here. It's not here, it's here. Okay? It's something from within here. Let's see. What else have we got here? Oh no, Katie says I had gotten sick with something in the beginning of April, took my taste away for a short time. Now sour cream tastes like trash. But you know what? I asked the universe to let me be a vegan. Well, okay, yeah, and like I said, there is something that's going around that is affecting people. I have never said that there is not something that is altering, affecting people. Whether you want to talk about radiation in the air from certain towers being put up all over the place, certain things falling out of planes in the sky in the form of misty clouds, things being sprayed on your food, something is definitely made people have symptoms that don't go along with just a normal common cold. I'm not going to call people liars for saying that they've had these symptoms of saying, I lost my taste, which we know what that goes with. Losing your taste has been one of the big things they talk about with this event that's been going on over the last couple years. I'm not saying that that's not a legitimate thing. I'm just saying the cause that they're giving us on why those things are happening and the only remedy that will accommodate fixing those things, I'm not buying into anything that they're telling me on that. But I'm glad you're doing better. Um, I'm glad you're here with us right now, and you'll always have my vote to go vegan. You always have my vote to try it. So far as manifesting or gone or whatever, yeah, you get exactly what you ask for. We are we are the reason we are who we are today. We are the reason who we were yesterday, and we will be the reason on whoever we end up being tomorrow, next month, next year, whatever. It is us. It is us, 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 us. We can allow, we can allow, again, that's us allowing outside things to influence and manipulate us, but we're allowing it because the minute you decide to say enough is enough, I'm not I'm not dealing with you, or I'm not dealing with this situation, I'm not doing this, that, or the other. You've taken control back, and you get to decide what you're doing, and therefore you're happy. Great. Yeah, music tomorrow. Hey, welcome in. I was just getting down to that. I was a couple comments behind. Welcome back. Welcome in. Did you do a name change, or I'm trying to remember music? You say maybe you did a name change. Maybe I just caught him once or twice in the chat. But regardless, very glad to have you back. Um, it's great to be back. I kind of explained at the beginning of the stream where I've been, why I haven't been around, the exciting things that are coming my way over the next few weeks, and hopefully, we'll have a lot more exciting news here for people in the upcoming months. I'm looking forward to this winter. I know a lot of people aren't, but again, graphic trigger warning. If I die in a bomb tonight, oh well, I'm going somewhere better. If I don't, I wake up tomorrow and I'll make tomorrow the day that I want it to be. Okay. No, no, Jesus got mad. He flipped the tables. He wasn't perfect either. Oh, I know. I know. Look, I don't. Well, again, I try to not touch the Bible so much anymore because it just seems like right now it creates even more division when it could. Again, if that person believes Jesus was this or the Bible was this, that, and the other, and they're actually a good person and they're actually doing good things, why does my belief on whether Jesus was an actual person or if he was actual son of God or what it, what is doesn't matter what I feel. But since you brought up Jesus, yes, it is a lot about Jesus that is misconstrued, and him being perfect and never having a wife or sexual endeavors. You came down here to be in the human form, to experience human life. God, you're God. You come down here to have a human experience. The most human thing is intimacy and reproduction. That, I mean, caring for raising. I mean, yes, I understand animals have it and they care and emotions and all that, da 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 da. But we're much more evolved in a lot of different ways. It's just different. And so, if there was a man named Jesus, I have no doubt that he got married, had a kid, blah 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 blah, anger, learn from his mistakes, all that stuff. Just, but hey, does it matter right now today here with what we're doing? No, no, it doesn't. My belief on that doesn't matter. It's not going to affect anyone. I had a few times I caved in War One. A few times I was unruly about it. Yeah, well, we got to do what we got to do. Listen, it is our fault and our fault alone that we allowed society to get where it is. And you have to understand reincarnation and the fact that you have been here before to grasp that. But it is our previous lives, our previous decisions, our neglect in this life, our decisions in this life that allowed other people to take away society from you or to make you feel that they own society. You stopped growing your own food, you stopped learning how to make your own clothing, you stopped learning how to scout your lands, you stopped learning your neighbors and having an actual community. You gave society, we all gave society away to these mongers. We gave it away. So we have to go through this. Okay? We have to. We have to. It is our fault. The key is once you're awake now to the game, you don't have to listen to these people anymore. You don't have to continue to buy into what they say. But it's our fault we let it get this far. Every single person that's living and breathing right now and everyone that's come before us who looked the other way, who chased a trinket or a job instead of doing your own responsibility of growing your own food, working on your own land, working on your own home, taking care of the land, the animals, the environment, like the pact with God was made. I'm going to give you this beautiful thing. I'm going to teach you all the ways you can use all these wonderful things to create things. I'm going to show you how to have abundance, unlimited, meaning if you're going to use a tree, that tree, I'm going to show you that tree had 1,000 seeds to plant for 1,000 more trees. You're not actually, harming the environment. Okay. I want you to use this thing called earth. I want you to create. I want you to play, but there's an agreement. You're going to tend the lands. You're going to be respectful to all life forms. You're going to respect your temple. This first gift I've given you to experience this place called earth. You're going to respect this thing. You're going to eat the proper things that I've showed you. You're going to live in the environment as you were meant to be. You're going to experience cold weather as you were supposed to, warm weather as you were supposed to. These things are whew, let me take a breath. These things are so obvious once you wake up. So obvious. Let's see. I lost my train of thought because I looked over at the comments. Let's see here. How about the temperature gun to the head? I've never done that. I won't let them put any. No, you're not. No, no, I never had that. But I know the concerns with the laser, the infrared. Absolutely. Yeah. I wouldn't do it. Just like I've never taken a PCR test. You're not sticking anything up my nose. And now they have anal ones. You don't, you definitely ain't going nowhere near there, buddy. And people are lining up for this stuff, or at least the images that they produce make you think that people are still begging for this stuff. And there's a group, like I said, there's a cult. COVID is a cult, and they will they will just like people that defend the government that just don't know, they will defend it because they need it. They need it. They need it. It's embedded in them. They have to have this event. They don't ever want to go back. They feel important. They feel like they're involved with something now. They're involved with a movement, involved with trauma that now I have trauma I can share with other people. I can feel like a part of something. They feel like they're a part of something now. Or they didn't feel like a part of anything. Now they feel like they're a part of this fear-based cult. Oh, let's see. Until Jesus from the other chain, eye for an eye, Old Testament. Oh yeah. Duality. Yeah. Duality. The Taurus fields. Absolutely. Music. Mm-hmm. 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 Let's see. So we're gonna be alive, huh? Sounds good. Hey, well, look. Some say right now you're dead. This is the land. We are the walking dead. Okay. Most people are dead. Okay. It's not until you leave this physical form that you're born again. So right now, are you alive? Are you truly alive? Can you fly up into the sky and go anywhere you want? Are you grounded? Do you have restrictions? Do you have laws and systems and physics and things to abide by? Are we really alive right now? Or are we in the dream right now? Are we in suspended animation? Who knows? I like to throw crazy stuff out there and make your brain go, let them cogs start grinding and turning. What did he just say? Crazy. Yes, I'm crazy, but not like these people running the world crazy. Okay? They're just sick. Or are they? See, there I go. I got you thinking. Like, do they have to do what they're doing right now? Does this version of humanity wake up and those who are ready to graduate get to graduate if the bell isn't rung? Again, I just have to ask these questions because that's what we do here at Awaken Reality. We ask the questions that other channels and other people with doctrines and systematic religions and thing dogmas and stuff like that they don't want to ask because they're afraid of losing a viewer or two viewers or three viewers because they say something as crazy as how was Jesus a white man in the middle of the desert? I mean, hey, people don't like these kind of questions. It doesn't because begin it begins to go, wait a second, is it on me? Do I am I responsible for my sin? Am I responsible for stopping to sin? Am I responsible for my path into a better life? Whether it's here in this dreamland or outside of it? I don't know. I just like to ask weird questions because nobody actually knows what is going on right now definitively. We all have our ideas. We all have, we definitely all have our ideas. Oh, let's see. I don't like bending over. Yeah, no. I was always anti-authority. It was teachers, parents, and I have been the definition. I was labeled anti-authority very young in life. Was always told that my mother always thought I'd be a great political lobbyist or lawyer. That's what she wanted me to do because I can debate and argue, and I could dominate a conversation if I need to. Uh, what I wasn't doing was listening. I don't give people the time to talk their piece and to actually learn from others. That's something I had to learn here just very recently over the last couple of years. But you be that rebel. You don't bend over for no one. Okay. You keep your chin held high. Okay. Don't have that arch in your back, that little hump in your back. You walk the streets, you walk with your chin held high. You don't be afraid to make eye contact with someone. You don't be creepy about it. Don't just automatically be looking at people. But if your eyes cross paths, give that person a smile and a nod with confidence. Acknowledge their existence with a lack of fear. Acknowledge them with a presence of love. Damn, I'm good. Um, it's just the truth. It's just the truth. Don't hate me. I'm just crazy after all. But I got good vibes only. At least when I'm on here with you guys. I'll bring the good vibes only. You guys can get your negative black pill stuff other areas. You know, if it's worth talking about, we'll talk about it. But I'll always try and give another perspective about it. Like with what I was communicating with, tweeting with some people who were commenting on the Marfugel news story about the East Coast cameras being out and about a potential strike happening here on the East Coast very soon, imminent. Um, the problem is with the Jesus World War III Bible thumpers and the Quran Bible thumpers, the people who have they have always wanted this to happen, this world war, because they believe it has to happen in order for the man from the clouds to come down. So there's almost a sense of complacency with a lot of these religious groups when it comes to these talks about potential World War III or stuff like that because they want it because it's again it's easier than saying I don't like my life in the current state right now. It is. There's no such thing as heaven on earth. I can't be happy here. Let's just let it all crumble. Let's just let it come, let it come, let it come. And so they want it. It's like every fear-based article that every mainstream media puts out, every thing, they're like biting onto it. It's like, look, here it is, here it is. I try to stay away from that stuff. If it's gonna happen, it's gonna happen. There's nothing we can do to stop it. You're not gonna Superman and catch a nuclear bomb if nuclear bombs exist. If they exist. I believe that a lot of you will be pulled from your body before you have to even feel an ounce of pain. You would, because we're in end times. If you're again, I truly believe if you're a good person, you're doing good things. You're showing that you get that we're in trials and tribulations, that you're been giving a grading period, an observation period, a test. You acknowledge it. You say, I'm going to do these things. I'm going to start. And it can't do everything overnight. Okay. But you got to show initiative. Got one foot in front of the other. A little bit, little change to your diet, a little bit of exercise, a little bit of meditation, a little bit of prayer, a little bit of change to the amount of media you consume, what kind of media you consume. You know, you do all those things. And there's just something in my heart that tells me when the big thing happens, those people protected in some way. I don't know how to explain it, but it's just I don't believe in a God, a creator that does unnecessary, unjust suffering. And you say, well, look around the world. Well, all that ended with the eclipse. I believe all of that with the eclipse, it was saying, hey, okay, look, here's your clean slate. If you're willing to escape this place, if you're willing for a clean slate, and you're willing to say, hey, you've been reincarnated, you've done lives, you've come back, you've dealt with karma, you've dealt with your own suffering, you've been your Buddha. Now you're ready to become your Christ. You've been your Buddha, you've done your suffering. Now you're ready to become your Christ. Now you're willing to be loving and sharing. And I just believe that we'll be pulled from it. We'll be pulled from it like a bad dream because we are in the end game. We are in the end game. It was different before, but when the eclipse happened, this simulation, this cycle, whatever we want to call it, the power to be, whoever decided, okay, it's the final countdown. It's time to pull the plug. It's time to start it over. It's time to reset the table. At that moment, you've been given 100% self responsibility again. All karma is released. It's done. You get 7 years right now to show that you are ready to move on. It's one way to look at it. 7 years. Your 7 years of trials and tribulations, and then could be raptured. That's the term we're still using. Raptured. Gone. But we're all going to leave this place and we're all going to leave this physical body. We're all going to take a last breath in this physical body. To fear that, to stop living life to its fullest because of that is retarded. You walk outside tomorrow and get hit by a car. And you're still going to leave your body. If it was a bomb, if it was a gunshot, if it was a virus, cannot fear death, guys. We cannot fear death. Death is just a transition. It's inevitable. It should not be feared. It must be conquered. Hey, Jeff. Yeah, I'm trying. I'm back. Um, kind of went over that at the beginning of the stream. But I definitely had to step away. I definitely had some things that I was not living truthfully, as far as someone who wants to, talk about living in truth and telling people these are the things that you should be doing. I found myself slip out of routine. I had some things happen where both my parents decided to buy the propaganda and get a pokey, and it caused a massive wave of depression and just feeling defeated. Like, I was warning you before 2020 even came that there was an event coming, that they were going to strip society down. And like, the fact that I had all that information presented, all that, like, with all the changes that I had already made in my life, like all the things that had to be like divinely inspired, like literally quitting cigarettes, alcohol, eating meat, drinking soda, all that in a night, like just poof, it all, like, those are massive addictions to conquer in one night without some kind of divine kick in the ass. Uh, so I'm back. I'm gonna do my best to be here every day for a couple hours a day, twice a day. Um, you know, maybe 3 times a day. Where I get on and just chat, whether it's one or two of us or 100 of us. Um, that was another thing. I allowed myself to get defeated by subscriber counts and YouTube suspensions and all this other stuff that didn't matter. Because if I have been able to connect with one person that's like, hey, I didn't kill myself because there was somebody that just had a similar outlook or similar situation, or I didn't turn back to alcohol or drugs, or I tried exercising and it helped me tremendously. If there's just one of you that I connect with, and it was completely worth it, and I mean that, and I allowed myself to get lost in that, especially after the suspension and everything like that, feeling like I was finally there, and like again, money should have never been a concern, but money got in my head and was like, oh well, now you're not going to be able to make money, and oh, your idea of self dependence is taking another hit. Doesn't matter because I've been blessed with a father and a mother who have enough. And a lot of that is based off of me being gone at a very early age and being dependent and not having them pay for college and not doing everything on my own very young. But they are now in a position to where, putting my pride aside, I can be in a position to where I could just make myself available for other people and focus on getting as healthy as I can, and that's it. So I am glad to be back. I am glad to see that 7 of you have tuned in. If there's anyone new that has not seen one of our streams here or is not a part of our Discord channel, I have kept an eye on Discord the entire time. I've seen everything that Susan posts. Susan has remained posted. Um, but I definitely was not posting there as well. You have my word. I will never depart like that again. I will be honest and just let people know if I feel like I'm going to be gone for a certain amount of time here, that again, if I did not make it clear enough, you can always reach me private message. You can always, just because I might not be posting in the public spaces, my private messaging has remained on this entire time. And there have been a few people that I have communicated with privately. And I'm grateful. I'm grateful to be welcomed back with this love and open arms. What's up, Jiwi? How we doing? Welcome back. Peace and love to you. Peace and love. Hope, excuse me. Hope things are going well for you out there. Public service announcement. Again, to people that are trying these plant-based items, these plant-based diets, please, please, please understand and be careful that just because something says plant-based does not mean it is healthy for you. It does not mean that it is good. It does not mean it is yeah, we'll just leave it at that. I don't want to bash any brands. But these fake meats and things like this, and we won't even get to the BG fake meats like Impossible and stuff like that. You stay away from those. But I'm talking about like these plant-based meat, not lab synthetic meats that are supposed to emulate, an actual beef patty or whatever. But I'm talking about, screw it, I'll just say name, like Guardian, or what's another one out there? Tattooed Chef. Any of these vegan products, guys, just because it says vegan and plant-based does not mean it's healthy for you. I put on a ton of weight. Now, again, was I exercising as much, getting as much exertion of energy? No. But still, if you're eating properly, you don't need to. I'm gonna be honest. If you're eating properly, if you're eating the things that your body is actually designed to digest and consume nutrients in the proper ways, you don't need to be exercising and working out like a maniac. Your body is going to take care of itself. I promise you that. It's what true metabolism and digestive system is there for. Okay, it's when we start putting things in that's not meant to be digested quickly and properly, that we start putting on excess fats and stuff like that. But I put on weight. Like I had to like hit it hard over these last couple weeks before getting back on the camera, and you can still see a little bit of the chubbiness in my face. Um, because I wasn't eating fresh vegetables and fruits and things like I was. I was eating these vegan pizzas and vegan chicken sandwiches and French fries just because they're vegan. I was eating bad foods. Okay, so let me be very clear to all the people. There is a right way to go vegan and there is a half-assed cheapskate. It's not cheap, but a half-assed approach to it. Trying to still go after the cravings and tastes of all the bad foods rather than retooling your taste buds to love and crave the healthier foods. And that's where fasting is huge. Okay, because you come off a fast, your taste. I mean, the first thing you're gonna eat is gonna pop. I mean, you're gonna be so appreciative of it. You're gonna be so indulgent with it. It's gonna be so succulent and tasteful that you will now set your system up for craving those types of foods rather than breaking fast with something that's going to put you right back in to the gauntlet of craving salty and sugary and all these bad foods. So it's okay to have a cheat day once in a while, but the goal of being vegan is to eat things that grow from the ground that can be plucked fresh. Okay, that the tree is offering its fruit to you, because that fruit is going to die if you don't take it and consume it and get the nutrients. That fruit is going to die, and you taking that fruit is not going to harm the tree. It's going to actually grow more fruit next year. That is how you know it is offering the fruit. Does your tree bear fruit, seeds, things like that? Okay. Plantation and things like spinach and stuff like that, if you do not harvest it, it's just going to die anyway. It's not going to sit there year long. Okay. Okay. These are how you know you're eating proper things. Okay. Because it's giving to you. An animal runs for its life and will hide or attack you if given the chance. The tree sits there willing to bear its fruit to you. You don't have to go chase it. Heck, if we don't destroy our environment, you don't even have to water it or sunshine it because it'll do it itself. If it wasn't for us destroying our environment and all the water in the ground and taking water away from the areas it needs to be and funneling it into certain areas, you wouldn't even need to water your gardens. You wouldn't even need to water your trees. The earth and the environment, the universe will give you everything you need. You just come down here, play, and be respectful and playful with other people. Come down here, do some healing. It's vacation, get some sunshine. You don't like sunshine? Go to the mountains. Okay? Get sick of that, get back to the sunshine. Like, people made life what it is, not the environment. The environment was perfect to begin with. It provided you everything you needed. We need to get back to emulating how the environment and nature takes care of itself, provides for itself. Emulate that. Emulate it. Stop trying to do something better than what is already perfect. Stop with these artificial systems, artificial drugs, artificial systems, artificial foods, artificial weather tampering, all this stuff. The system that was given to us to maintain and indulge in was perfect to begin with. We were the egomaniacs that thought we could make it better. I'm going to bring Etta out real quick. Still listening, but can't type. Jeff, you got it. How's Etta? It was Etta the husky. I see. I try. I do care about you guys, and I do try to remember. Like I do try and you know. I got Montana and Dakota mixed up, but I kind of had an eye. I knew you were up there somewhere in the north. Um, my rants. Yeah, my rants are. They're that. They're just that. Etta the husky. Yeah, I was right. All right. All right. All right. There we go. Guys, I can't wait. Like, oh man, I'm so sorry. Like this stuff right here, these cavities, these four bad teeth right here. It really got to the point where I didn't even want to look at myself on these camera anymore. And I'm so excited for next month, 2.5 weeks, 3 weeks, August 8th. Get to see a brand new smile. You guys think I rant now, and it's hard to keep my mouth shut. Wait till I'm not worried about seeing what my mouth looks like and getting a glance and going, oh, insecure, hide. But I got to do this as well because I need some. If someone right now catches this later or is here right now, and they have been in a position where something has been ailing them or making them feel not worthy of their own appearance, to where they don't want to be around people, for something as simple as that. Um, Use me as an example of that. We can make the change. We can do something to better ourselves still. That there is time. That every day is a new day. And a sense of vanity is okay. Okay, a sense of vanity is okay. It's when we use that vanity for the wrong reasons. But a sense of vanity saying, I want to look presentable, I want to be clean, I want to be healthy is fine. And it doesn't matter if I have a beard down to here and look like I'm the mountain man, or if I look all clean cut and tan beach boy like I'm currently looking. Clean is clean. Yeah, and it starts on what you're putting more on the inside than it does the outside. Okay. But having a sense of vanity is okay is if it's just like anything, if it's used the right way, you know, and to have that confidence, you know, to approach people, to be involved with people, because you can't help people if you're not involved with people, and you're not involved with people unless you approach people, and you don't want to approach people if you're not comfortable in your own skin. That's where, you know, a lot of this inner work comes from. What is going to make me just comfortable in my own skin? That it doesn't matter how many mirrors I pass in a day or how many people I pass in a day, that I love me, that I feel I look great, that I'm a sexy motherfucker. Excuse my language again. But that's okay. It's okay. And we always have to remember that we're all attracted to something else. So each person that you encounter is as sexy as you. They're the sexiest thing that's ever walked this planet. We all know what a version of healthy looks like. Okay, healthy is still healthy. I'm sorry. I'm never going to support 500-pound swimsuit models. You're not healthy. You're not. And we have all the proof we need to know that you're not healthy. If you're happy, you're happy. And if you want to, but don't act like you're a body of health. Okay. If you're happy, you're happy. Be happy. That's all that I care about. But the minute you want to admit that you're not happy, you're not healthy, there are answers. There are solutions. And the number one is admitting it. Number two is effort. You have to admit where you're at. You have to put effort to get out of it. Let's see, Minnesota. Minnesota. Yeah, Minnesota. How are things in Minnesota? How are people handling the current paradigm, the current situation? What's the community like out there? Yeah, Susan. Uh, that's great. Intermittent fasting. Again, I tell everyone intermittent fasting is how most people, based off of the system that they are living, not getting exercise, living on computers, sitting down for most of the day, you only need one meal a day. You're not exerting the amount of energy to require the replenishment of energy, nutrients, you know? So for a lot of people, eating once a day is all you need. Now, if you're an athlete or something like that, and you're working out a bunch of times a day, and I mean, you're literally turning what you're putting in into muscle and energy, then, you're going to eat however works for you and your body, whatever you're trying to accomplish. But the intermittent fasting, I've lived most of my life that way, not even realizing it. Even before I had the um, awakening, the spiritual awakening, I was eating once a day, all for the wrong reasons. It was because I was pigging out and eating a bunch of. I would get high or I'd be drunk and I'd be eating all the wrong foods late at night as a bartender, falling asleep, waking up being all bloated and nasty, and and being self-conscious about my gut around people, constantly sucking it in. Oh my god, my lower back from constantly trying to like flex and like tighten it up. All guys with a belly know exactly what I'm talking about. But I was obsessed with it. It like dominated me for my entire life. Obsessed, obsessed, obsessed with looking in the mirror, my chin line, lack of chin line, because I got a round face. Mm, I have a very good jawline once I finally get in shape, but all those kind of things, obsessed with. And so I was eating once a day for the wrong reasons and at the wrong time of day and the wrong type of food. Once I got into actually eating healthy, and now that I'm back to eating healthy again, and I've got proper fresh fruits and vegetables, organic stuff, uh, I'm eating like twice a day right now, because it's all fresh fruits and veggies and stuff, and I know my body's lacking. It was lacking on it, so I'm like, gimme, 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 gimme. But I'll go right back to eating once a day. Go right back to it, depending on how much energy you're exerting. If you're a physically active person, trust your body, listen to it. If you feel fatigued and you rest and you still feel fatigued, then you might need to eat a little something. Okay, and there's nothing wrong with that. And embrace it. Embrace it. Don't have a negative image on eating when you go to eat, because you will manifest it in the wrong areas. You will manifest, like, if you're that person that's like, I don't ever want this to go to my thighs or my butt. Where's it always going? Your thighs and your butt. Why? Because you're manifesting it. You're creating it. You're directing it. So, just trust your body, and know what the differences is. The difference between needing a little bit of rest and actually needing food, or the difference between hunger and craving. Because I swear that's got to be the biggest thing that people fail themselves at, is assuming they're hungry and that there's a necessity for replenishment, rather than, oh, this is a craving and there's a desire for something tasteful. Or even the gut just wants to be filled. Like, there's that solar plexus blockage that most people here in this dimension, this duality, are dealing with. This Whether it's sexual, it's the whole. That's where your sexual, your solar plexus, that all those chakras are right there. That's where a lot of blockage is for most people. Oh, hold up, distraction. Squirrel. We got a new comment. Jesse's back. Jesse, how you been? Jesse Williams, what's up, man? I miss you. Can't get on Discord, and so much been going on. One meal a day, or go raw or juicing. If you can go vegan, is unhealthy. Also, the shot. Yeah. Okay. So, yeah. No. Absolutely. I'm so glad you found your way back to us. Again, just to recap, I'm sorry that I was missing in action for so long. I've went over that a couple different times in this stream. But the bottom line is, I wasn't at a point where I was living what I was talking about. That I'd hit a wave of depression and I started, kind of reverting back into a shell, and so I had to step away. Had some things happen. Some really good things have happened over the last couple months. Some really bad things have also happened. Unfortunately, is that balance. Um, so I apologize to anyone that has any abandonment issues, for the lack of forthcoming information about where I was. Discord, I did definitely keep an eye on, but I wasn't posting anything. Kept it all on and active in case anyone did need to reach out, individual message, which a few of you did. Uh, but other than that, I was just doing what I needed to do to get back to my truth, my center, to, knock out some of the fears that were coming back in, to get to, to get back on the horse, as the proverbial horse, as they say. So I'm glad that you came back, and we love you. Let's see here. Juicing, yeah, no, juicing is great. Actually, going to be doing a smoothie week next week. I don't know if I'm gonna do a 7-day fast and flush real quick, um, or if I'm gonna do my fruit smoothies and then do like a 7 or 10 day flush fast. Um, but yeah, my father likes smoothies, and he buys these little packs, but they have like powdered milk in it and stuff. So I went out and got, I think, like coconut milk, almond milk that I can. I'm a bartender. I know how to make smoothies. So we're gonna go out and get some fresh fruit here this weekend, and I think I'll do smoothies this week, and just get a lot of fruit intake. And that's a great way to get fruit intake, guys. If you're not someone who likes biting into fruit, there are people that are texture people. I get it. They don't like biting into a peach, or they don't like biting into, maybe they don't like crunching. They don't want to bite an apple, or they don't like a squishy grape or a squishy berry. They don't like squishy stuff. They're very crunch oriented. Okay. So they need crunch, but they can drink. They love milkshakes. Well, smoothies are right there on that milkshake. So that is one way to get certain people into implementing. So we're gonna do some smoothies. My dad likes smoothies, so we got some organic bananas and berries and stuff like that. You get frozen fruits too, guys. Get organic frozen fruits. They're gonna be great, especially if you're single or you don't consume as much. You want to worry about longevity, things like that. Get frozen fruits. It'll be great. Great. Nothing is as good as fresh farmers market style. No, put it, nothing is good as picking it out of your own backyard. Grow some food. But frozen fruit, not a bad substitute. Get those smoothies in, you get that fruit. You can do veggie smoothies too. You can do kale and stuff like that. Get some calcium. You can do a fruit and smoothie blend. Fruit and smoothie, fruit and veggie blend. You do all sorts of stuff, guys. Let's see. Did any speak on the GGs? I seriously think it was lightning. The GGs. The GGs. Did anyone speak on the GGs? GGs. It was lightning. The GGs. Why I'm not. I don't understand the GGs. But I know that there was some lightning going on earlier this week that had MCO vibes. MCO, Plasma Apocalypse vibes. I mean, this stuff. Oh, Georgia guys. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I talked about that a little bit earlier. Didn't really get too much in depth about it. But it almost did look like a poof of lightning, didn't it? I can't screen share right now, guys. Unfortunately, the service that allowed me to do the screen sharing from Streamlabs was a yearly service that did run out in January. So I'm just not in a position to be able to afford that right now. As soon as I can, I will, because I love screen sharing. I love that aspect of what we're doing, and that's another big reason why I've not been on, guys. Is I felt like this was not going to be as exciting for people, just me in front of the camera chatting and kind of ranting and answering questions or talking about topics and giving opinions, without the screen sharing and stuff like that. So that was probably 50 to 70%. Honestly, if I'm being honest, 50 to 70% of why I left. Because I didn't feel like I was going to be offering as much, and I'm like, why do people just want to see me get on here and talk about anything if I can't prove anything, if I can't show anything, if I can't, you know, teach and learn at the same time. But the guide stones, as we were talking about earlier, I don't know if they're necessarily what people think they are, or I don't know if there's a channel I've talked about them before, J Dreamers. Jay Dreamers does comparative mythology and a lot. His main area of focus is an event called the plasma apocalypse. It is a theory of a secular event, a storm, an electromagnetic storm that occurs when a certain amount of energy has been achieved here on this plane of existence. That an event will happen to reset the table, kind of like literally reset the table. But he mentioned something as well about the Georgia Guidestones just recently, and about how maybe it's not about these population control people that people think they're all about population control and depopulation, and maybe it was there for after a secular event to remind the early tribal societies that once you get to a point of no return, the 500 million, and the reproduction and the loss of values and the spreading out and all that, and the inevitability of another reset coming sooner than later just skyrockets the percentage wise. So meaning each one of these resets could go 1,000 years, could go 100,000 years, depending on how we are maintaining energy levels and the respect of the environment while we're down here. Okay. So, which always made a little more sense to me because I never bought into the depopulation agenda as a whole. Like, as much as people think that they want to depopulate down to minimal numbers, because they just show they want to be idolized. They show they want a bunch of celebrity worshipers out there. They want people to vampire on their energy, to literally, even with all the AI technology, AI is not going to give them the worship that they desire. So I've never bought into the depopulation 100%, or at least as much as people think that they're gonna wipe out with a bunch of nuclear bombs. They're gonna destroy everything with a virus. They're gonna take it all down to 500 million people. They're gonna wipe out 7 point, or what are we at 8 billion now? Or we'll say they're gonna wipe out 7 billion people, and they're just gonna have AI do everything for them and robots and machines. I don't know. There's more ego to it than that with these people. There's more desire for worship and things like that. So I don't know. I don't know, but hey, I don't worry about my I worry about myself. I don't worry about them and what they're trying to accomplish. But keep an eye on it. I keep an eye on it. But the Georgia Guidestones, again, it was symbolic to someone, to a group of people that understands what they're there for. Who that group of people actually is, unfortunately, left up to interpretation. Some people think it's the evildoers that are collapsing society, and they're communicating that their plan is now, you know, um, going off without a hitch, and we're moving into the next phase, and that's where a lot of this talk about World War III is coming in and stuff like that. And again, Marfugel's covering that kind of stuff. I it doesn't do anything for me to live in a perpetual state of fear every day, looking, is today, looking for an article that's going to tell me, oh, today's the day, or waiting. Trust me, you'll hear the sirens in the air. You'll know if we go to World War III, you'll know. Okay, you'll know. And then adrenaline and survival will kick in, and you and the higher power and the higher force will kick into survival mode. There's only so much you can prepare for. And trying to prepare, you end up swimming in fear. You end up swimming in fear because there's only so much you can prepare for. There's only so much food you can hoard. There's only so much ammunition you think you can hoard to protect yourself from the bad guys. There's only so much you can do before you will be led to safety. You will be led to safety somehow, some way. But it was definitely symbolic to a group of people. It was definitely done to send a message to a group of people. I'm hoping it's a group of good people and something much bigger than what we think it is. I'm hopeful, really hopeful. But that was a theory. I think Jay Dreamers just talked about it recently. Want to make sure I give credit. Um, I think he did a maybe like a 2 hour. He might have done like a 2 hour chat about the Georgia Guidestones just recently. I have not been watching a lot of stuff, guys. Like I just haven't. I've been watching a lot of how do you grow food type stuff. So if I ever get in a situation to where I have some ideas on how to till the land and what kind of crops grow best year long, things like that. Um, but yeah, I have definitely just kind of been keeping a bird's eye view, kind of keeping a distance from it all. Uh, because, like I said, there's only so much you can do outside of worrying about yourself. And if we're all being a little bit selfish in the right way right now, and taking a little bit less worry about what other people are doing, and just saying, "Hey, this is what I got to do." This is what's going to make me less fearful about the current situations. This is going to make me get through it better. Do those things. Codename Cujo's in the building. Always love. This is another one of my MCO brothers. We were just talking about the MCO. We were talking about the Georgia Guidestones and how that could be a message for the true Great Reset after the MCO, about how to keep in balance with society and nature, to where a cycle, an ending cycle, doesn't come in 100 years rather than 100,000 years, because we know these cycles keep coming, keep going. There's too much proof of Tartaria and mud floods and plasma discharges, the Grand Canyon, oceans existing. Like, there's too much proof that there have been multiple reoccurring cataclysmic events that have been survived by small increments of people, and society has been rebuilt, and stories and things have been left behind to show us that. There's no denying it. There's no denying it. Okay. There's no denying that there have been other versions of civilization in recent history. In recent history. Um, so the EMCO is in full effect. Those who know it. A lot of people still fear it. I don't fear it. A lot of people are still trying to prepare for it in all the wrong ways. Hey, do you? Do you? As long as that's what you're doing. You're doing you. You're not condemning, judging, harassing others who feel that they have a different approach. We are all on this journey in our own freaking time and our own way, and we'll find out what happens. We will find out what happens. I think it's with each passing day we're closer to the next false flag or the next natural event. Which one comes first? We don't know. We don't know. I would assume the natural event probably comes first, and then they'll do whatever false flag thing to try and make it seem like that's what happened. And they've proven that they can gaslight the Matrix followers. The Matrix followers, you're pretty much locked in at this point. I mean, 3 years of what's been going on. If you're not awake, if you're not making changes in your life, if you're not questioning things, if you're not re-educating yourself, I don't see what another 3 years of this is going to do. I could be wrong, and I probably am, but I'm also at the point where I'm just going to say, you know what? I think a lot of people are maybe kind of in the bed that they've made. But the Matrix followers are going to believe whatever Project Bluebeam, deadly virus, nuclear war, comet falling from the sky, whatever the explanation is going to be. I feel that those that are on the IMCO side are going to have a much better understanding of what's actually going on in the environment and inside your body as well. Because these changes are happening inside of your body as well as outside of your body. I think all of us are realizing that. Yep, that's all you could do, Cujo. I keep trying to tell people if you got money saved up right now, you should be living your best life. And if you've got money sitting in a bank somewhere right now and you are not out there creating beautiful experiences with your friends and your family and your children and your loved ones, if you're hoarding on to some paper currency or some digital currency in a bank, you're missing out. Every single day right now, you should be doing beautiful things of enjoyment, not getting drunk and getting wasted and partying and overindulging on things that are killing your temple. But you should go out and experience. If you're comfortable, if you can find a restaurant where you don't have to cover, go, have fun, go experience things, be healthy, go have fun, spend your money because it's all gone. It doesn't matter. It's all gone soon. So do not be hoarded up in front of your TV, in front of your computer, miserable, doing absolutely nothing. If you've got it, go spend it because they're going to rip it all away here soon anyway. They've proven that, and you can always make more money again. But you can't get tomorrow or you can't get yesterday back. You'll only have the regret. So go out, have some fun, turn off the televisions, turn off the tablets and the phones. Go be around people if that's what you crave and desire. Remind yourselves what it's like to be a human being again and not a piece of the matrix, not a connected device, not a an inanimate object. Remember what it's like to make decisions on the fly in the moment and and not be afraid of failure or what you're going to look like in the eyes of other people. Just go do what you want to do, what you've always wanted to do because tomorrow is not guaranteed. You've got right now. Right now. So go do it, people. It's amazing how many people are just dwelling when they don't need to be. A huge part of the healing process is eventually moving forward and remembering that you're allowed to be happy and have fun and do things that excite you. You're allowed those things. Actually, you're supposed to do those things. Don't let these people scare you of your climate. Can't go outside, don't want to be in the sun. These are the same people that are flying around on private jets, transporting private limousines around from country to country on cargo planes to tell you that your carbon footprint is the problem or the animals that they're having the farmers eliminate are the problem. Huh? What? These people are still going out living their lives. These people are still traveling. These people are still going to parties and beaches and doing whatever they want, but they're telling you not to. You better get up off your butt and you better go have some damn fun. Go to the pool, go to the lake, go to the beach, go to the park. Go to that restaurant you've been wanting to go to if you're comfortable with whatever the guidelines are and restrictions are. If not, have the restaurant come to you. Cook out, barbecue, have people over, fill in the backyard, fill in you and your neighbor's backyard. Live, people. Live. It ain't that hard. Once you eliminate all the fears, it ain't that hard. Life is hard, very hard once you realize until you realize that all the fear that's being pumped into you is fake. It's false. It's imaginative. Oh, let's see. Another person Bethany and Anthony heard from. So good to see you again. Hey, guys. Bethany, Anthony, I hope everything's going great for you. Sending love. glad to be back. Glad to be able to spend some time with you, check in, see how things are going, how everyone's doing. If you've had any life-changing things occur, any, for the good or the bad, we're here to talk about both. I'd much rather hear about all the great things that could be going on in your life, all the things that are, inspiring, positive growth in your life, but definitely here to be supportive and what was the word I was looking for? Well, just supportive of anything that's going on in your life. So let us know how things have been going over the last 9 months. And sorry that I haven't been around. I truly am sorry that I haven't been around as much. But I had to, yeah, I had to step away. I'm afraid that you might not be, these notifications might be going off a little too much for you guys here now that I'm finally getting some things fixed, which I'm very excited for. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. Getting the band back together. Heck yeah. Why not? Why not? I think, like I said, I'll try and do this at least twice a day. Um, one midday to afternoon, and then maybe one before bed, kind of end of the day. Check in, see how people are doing. If anything had happened in current events we want to talk about. Let's see here. Indeed, so on point. Watch. What movie yet? No. Predictor program movie made in 2009 on the airwaves. 2011 mentions the gas, the tree, the tress. Oh, the tree's in the shape of CV, and even the ending is suspect. Well, I have to check it out. I've been watching. What have I been watching recently? A show called Under the Dome. Okay, I've been watching a show called Under the Dome. It came out in 2013, and only had 3 seasons. It's based off of Stephen King's book, and if you know about Stephen King's whole catalog and all the symbolism and occult knowledge in Stephen King's books, all the way up to his what was it? What do they call that? Magnus Opus or whatever. Like the finale, The Dark Tower. It had Matthew McConaughey and Idris Elba. There's so much about our world that Stephen King alludes to, but not only is he an executive producer on the TV show, but Steven Spielberg produced. Okay, and if you know anything about Indiana Jones, I mean occult and mythology and symbolism and all that stuff, Steven Spielberg big into that as well. So this Under the Dome show is what I've been watching recently, and you're under a dome. It's actually a sphere where if you believe in the two worlds living on top of each other, the upside down world, like, okay, so the big pyramid in the middle, the Mount Meru, Garden of Eden. Let me see. So you got a pyramid. There was the tree, Mount Meru. There was like a pyramid, Mount Meru, in our Garden of Eden. Okay, and then underneath us, facing the opposite direction, is a pyramid going the opposite direction. So like a diamond. Okay, and our two worlds are connected but separated. And this torus field, this dome, this electromagnetic torus field is actually a sphere. This is where they get you with the sphere. That our world is a globe, a sphere, right? Because our top of the dome and their top of the dome connected is this rotating sphere. Okay. Now, this show Under the Dome has that. It also has an egg. Okay. There's an egg symbolism. If you know about the cosmic egg and egg symbolism, which has been everywhere recently, Jacob Israel, there's a channel, Jacob Israel. He did something about egg symbolism within the last 2 months, I believe. So if you check out um, Jacob Israel and you find uh, come across this video about egg symbolism and how it's become very prevalent. The Kardashians has been popping up all over. The movie with Sandra Bullock and or not Sandra Bullock, Dwayne the Rock Johnson and Ryan Reynolds. It was called Red something, Red Notice maybe, but it was about going after eggs and stuff. What do they call those? Cashmere egg? I can't remember what those eggs are called, but the very fancy Fabergé eggs, Fabergé, I think Fabergé. But so egg symbolism has been everywhere, and so this show, Under the Dome, 2013, has got electromagnetic fields, domes, portals. I mean, it's got so much. Monarch butterflies. Monarch butterflies are a huge piece of this mystery puzzle. Um, so that's what I've been watching. Another veil being lifted for those who are awake. You know, it was one of the again 2011 is when the veil really started to be lifted, but 2012 is when they really started pumping out the truth. Where you think the flat Earth movement, the MCO movement, all this stuff, they want people. They have to give the truth. The truth has to be out there. It has to be there for people with eyes to see and ears to hear, to be able to forge their path. Anyone who's not ready is going to stay in the matrix and go with them, and they get to go be a part of this utopia that they're creating, and every other spirit is going to depart. Just one theory. Just one theory. But anyway, show lots of symbolism. That's what I've been watching. I'm on the last season now. Just started the last season. Hopefully, they'll give some nice little winks at some behind the scene knowledge. Sick touch. What's going on, Jalil? How are we doing? Welcome back. Welcome back. Good to see you. Good to hear from you. I hope things are going good for you, brother. Uh, bro, my beard was down to here 3 weeks ago when I shaved it. It was full. I mean, it was boom. And because I'm getting some dental work done, which is one of the main reasons I stopped getting on camera, I became very insecure with how bad I'd let my teeth get from all my years of drinking and all and partying and self neglect, which is number one, self neglect. Period. Um, no, I'm getting them fixed. I've already started the process. I've already had like 4 or 5 appointments. Had some teeth removed in the back and things cleaned up, and all this is getting fixed August 8th. I have my appointment, thousands and thousands of dollars, but it's well worth it. Going to be well worth it. So yeah, I was gone for a while for a lot of different things. Let's see. Let's see here. Where did I leave off? Jalil. But yeah, I'm glad you're back. Um, hope things are going well for you. I really do. I hope you're bettering yourself every day, even if it's just the smallest a bit. Um, but yeah, I shaved it all off because I wanted the dentist not to be having to mess around. Like I just felt I'd give him a clean canvas to work with, and we'll grow it back as soon as the last appointment is. I might even start growing a little bit of it back. Um, it was also a motivation to start getting back in shape because a lack of jawline was like, oh, wait a second. You need to start doing some push-ups again. You need to start doing some pull-ups. You maintain some strength. And so that was a good visual reminder that the winter had kind of been rough on me. I had some big depression I went through. I was couch ridden for like 5 months, like not doing anything, not smoking any of my CBD or cannabis to get through it. Like really just allowing the dark night of the soul to whoop my behind, and it did. And I didn't get out of my funk until just a couple weeks ago, man. And I'm hopeful that that was just another phase I needed to go through. That I'm going to be even better and stronger this time, and we'll accomplish even more growth this time. Because the dark night of the soul is something that can happen for a long time. It all depends on how much trauma and how you're dealing with it, and if you're actually directly dealing with it, and if you're trying to do it all by yourself, or if you're getting help. And that was something I finally had to do. Had to get some outside help for a couple things, and you guys are a part of that. You guys are a part of me coming back, getting a support group and people to talk with and associate with. So I'm glad to be back. I'm glad to have you back, and hopeful to do this twice a day moving forward for as long as we can. It'll just be on YouTube right now. There won't be any screen sharing or anything like that um, until I raise some funds to uh, re-up my software, which was allowing the screen sharing and the graphics and music and that kind of stuff. Right now, it's just gonna be me getting on, talking, hanging out with you guys for a little bit, a couple times a day, checking in and vibing out. Let's see. Well, let us know anything you want to talk about. Sick within reason, within our capability of trying to give advice on. Then we're here. Love to try and help out. But know that you're not alone, and that I literally just I literally just picked myself back up off the fucking couch and said, "All right, self accountability, self responsibility. Let's go. Let's take the next phase. Let's get back in shape. Let's add on to the progression." Um, and that's all we can do. That's all we can do. Keep on trying, but we do have to try. We do have to try. A wise woman will definitely put you in your place. There's no question about that. 80% of the world's problems are the lack of respect that we have for the female, the woman, the nurturer, the birth giver, the divine. The lack of respect that we have put on the female is 80% of the world's problems. The power the female has, the power the woman has. It's incredible. It's incredible. But definitely don't want to piss them off. Hell have no fury or wrath. I think it goes both ways. Like a woman's scorn. Don't piss them off. Don't piss them off. Respect them, love them, cherish them. As long as they're earning it. You just walk the other way if they're not. don't don't bother getting in a fight or an argument. Don't you ever put your hands on them. Just walk away. I mean, if you got to pull them off of you, I understand. But you don't ever swing or cock back at a woman. I don't care. You walk away. Take it. So what? You got slapped in the face a couple times while you were walking away. Whatever. But yeah, I'd say 80% of the world's problems is the lack of respect for the female. And a female quick to put you back in your place. We all need a good divine energy, divine feminine energy. Let's see. Let's see. That's good. That's good. It's good. Good first step or good next step. Don't want to say first. Been many steps to get to where you're at. But yeah. Uh, I'm gonna have to Google that one. I don't know the acronym. Uh, personal disorder, something personal. Narcissistic personality disorder? Hey, well, without reading into it, I will say the first step to fixing anything is an acknowledgement of what needs to be fixed. So if you think that that's your issue, then you have made the hardest step, acknowledging it, admitting it out loud into the universe, into the aether, that this is what you would like to address. So good for you, man. Good for you. And welcome back. Yes, indeed. Let's see. Jesse says, yes, indeed. And also the wisdom of the elders. Oh, yeah. Oh, I will be 69 this year, and I've learned more in my later years. Yeah, no. Yeah, the elders and respect is key. Another key. Yeah. You look at all successful civilizations like the Mayans, they respected the elders. There was a respect for womanhood in a lot of divine cultures. That balance, learning from the elders and the things that they've done, learning from others' mistakes, if you will, their experiences. Um, that trust was broken amongst communities for whatever reason, outside interference, manipulation, inside desires and separation of tribes, whatever it was. But yeah, no, respecting the elders is huge. I would agree. Would agree. Now, just because someone's older than you does not mean they are wiser than you, but they at everything. But I can guarantee you there are certain things that you can. There are always things that you can learn from them. Um, and I'm sure there are tons of things you can teach them. But you know what they say. It's a little harder to teach the elders new tricks, right? Let's see. Though I can understand as to where I am, but I ask myself, how am I still weird in it? It's been 15 years. I want to show and see the fruits. Well, I guess that depends on what you're looking to see. Again, just like me, I've known that one of my biggest things about me that I have hated is my lack of physical strength and being chubby and having a gut over my waist, things like that. The only person that's going to change that is me, and I'm still fighting it right now. And I'm hoping this will be the time where I finally it's like I'm six pack. I got blazing guns, nice broad shoulders, nice strong chest, can touch my toes when I bend over, flexible, strong. Like I'm hopeful. It's my fault that I haven't been here yet. It's my fault that I slipped back down. It's all my fault. Nobody else's. So there's something inside of you that you're still battling, and if you can figure out what that is, if you can find where to get that energy to change, then you're going to get what you want. It's not easy. It's not easy. Um, doing self-assessment, and what's even harder is when we get to a point where we actually might need help, whether it's financial assistance from someone, so I can step back and not have to worry about stressing out and going to work. Like, hey, mom, dad, friend, brother, sister, can I live with you for 3 months, 6 months, so I can detox, really detox, allow my body to rest, allow my mind to rest, allow myself to sleep 10, 12 hours a day for a couple weeks and really recharge physically, mentally, and then I can start working on healing spiritually. But if you are drained physically and mentally, you're never going to be able to heal spiritually. You're gonna be dominated by this fatigue. Oh yeah, no ego. Yeah, I'm a loner in life because of my ego. Because especially right now, because there's a sense of me that just knows certain things. But just because I know it doesn't necessarily mean I can prove it to other people who are not ready to take the steps to get there, because it's a step by step process to get there. So I'm a loner because of my ego, because right now, because I know that it would cause more confrontation to be around people in a public setting, because I refuse to live in judgment, and I'd be out there and I'd be judgmental. I'd be snickering. I'd be like wanting to make comments, and like I keep saying, you cannot force people to change. You can only be there when they have already sought out the change and are in the process and just want shared experiences and information. You know, you are not alone in what you're going through. Jaleel, you're not alone in what you're going through. Okay, many people are going through it, but it is something that you and only you will be able to conquer when it's time. When you finally say, "Okay, I'm done feeling bad about the decisions I've made because they're already done. I'm I'm done with feeling like I felt today. Tomorrow, I'm gonna set a new tone. I'm gonna wake up. I'm gonna have my favorite music ready, music that gets me going. First thing I'm gonna do when I wake up is I'm gonna go get some sunshine. Get actual, because it actually literally activates the dopamine inside of you. Okay, so you want to try and get as much natural, even if it's cloudy or gray out there. You want to try and go outside. You want to get that sunshine. You want to get that dopamine activating. Okay, that natural cannabinoids and all that. You want to get those flowing. Then some great music can really set your day before you even like really, yeah, really like decide what you're doing. Like, just get that energy going. Get excited about the day, you know, and breathing. Focused on your breathing. Being conscious of being calmed and balanced, just through the nose, being conscious and not having any anxiety shakes or jitters or frustration, just being nice and flowing. That's another huge thing. But there are some habits that you can put in play. Literally give yourself like a schedule. So while you're dealing with all of this and all the information that you're trying to battle, like, are these my thoughts? Is this just information in my head? Do I really feel this way? And you're deciding who you are and what your actual character is, what you actually feel about situations, rather than just information in my head. Oh, I'm a racist because that thing came into my head. No, you're not. No, you're not. There's a lot of shit being pumped into the world right now. No, you're not. You had a bad word come into your head. Well, you've heard that word 1,000 times over the last week. You've been programmed. Now you're saying, no, wait, that's not how I feel. That's not who I am. I have ownership over my thoughts, not just the random information, and then me feeling guilty that this information's in my head, you know. But yeah, I mean, creating a routine um, is healthy. It really will help the process of healing that we're all going through. Having some kind of foundational structure is going to be huge. Um, and adding to it, you know, as you can, and then removing things as they no longer serve you. Once they've fulfilled their purpose, "Oh, I don't need this a part of my routine. I'm nailing this. Um, but I can tell you, there's just some natural things that are just Um, I wish I had the. Let me see if I can find it. There's a guy I've been coming across his YouTube shorts, but he talks about all the chemical reactions in the brain and dopamine and things like that. Let's see if I can scroll through some of my shorts here while I got you guys. See if I can find them. Okay, yep. Doctor Andrew Huberman. Okay, that's what he looks like. I find him on YouTube Shorts, but his name is Doctor Andrew Huberman. He talks about how the chemical reactions occur, what kind of outside things affect it, how they affect it, how to set your foundation up for success. And he's helped me get back on my feet as far as like trying to remind myself that structure, that routine, having a set bedtime is not a bad thing, you know, and go and getting up before the sun comes up and all these kind of things. Like there are things that our body responds to in a more positive way. Um, when it comes to, our schedules and things like that, structure. So um, another person, another person that's been motivating me here recently, and I am not compatible with this kind of energy. This person, Andrew Tate, he's like a kickboxer, lives in Romania. Very, I want to say, very male energy. Very, is it male chauvinistic? I don't know. Borderline like women are property type guy, but he talks about a lot of things about self accountability, strength, cutting through the bullshit, like stop smoking weed all day and jerking off, he said to the kid on the stream the other day. And I remembered me being that guy, like smoking weed all day and jerking off. And I'm like, if I would have heard that specific comment 10 years ago, it would have triggered me. Like, so the world needs people like him that are going to say things very bluntly and very uncomfortably. It's going to make a lot of people uncomfortable. But for the person that needed to hear it, they heard it. For the person that was sitting there living that life and already dealing with shame and regrets and desire for more, for better, they heard that and they went, whoa. And I mean, he blew up. That stream that he did blew up. It was all over Twitter. That's how I found out about it. He was trending. I just go through the topics and I'm like, what are people talking about? Click on it. I go, oh, nonsense, whatever, on to the next one. So I'll check the top 30 trends and I click on them. I see a name I'm not familiar with. Not going to know if you find something unless you look, right? So I went and checked out some clips of that stream, man. It blew up. A young generation of people were like, "Oh my God, this guy's changing my life. We got to get out of the system. I got to go start working out. I got to get down and do 100 push-ups every day. I got to motivate to just be better." Whether I agree with his entire philosophy on how he approaches, the opposite sex or da da da, there is a lot of truth to a lot of the things that he was saying about becoming a man, being a man, having some male energy, some responsibility, some strength, some conviction in being okay with being a man and knowing that there is a species that is the protector, provider, the gatherer, hunter, whatever you want to call it, and it's okay to acknowledge that and be and to be that, and at the same time to wholly respect the opposite and know that they're both as important. But yeah, Andrew Tate's been blowing up here a little recently. He's definitely been getting a lot of attention. Um, he's been around for a while, but he's definitely been getting a lot more attention for the type of things he talks about, breaking out of the matrix, becoming self-sufficient, uh, working out, things like that. Yeah, he's very manly man, carnivore, hunting, fighting, things like that. Things that I still think that his evolution will now take place here. He's got a lot of the things here, working for him. He's got a lot of things, but his next evolution will take here. His next upgrade in consciousness will be an emotional one rather than a mental one. But he's on his path and he's doing what he needs to do, and good for him. Good for him. But sometimes we need to hear things from other people to say, "Hey, I got to get off my ass and stop making excuses. I got to I got to stop saying I know this is who I am and I know I shouldn't, and I just got to stop being this and I got to start moving forward." Like, I knew I was eating bad foods again, and I knew I was indulging in the wrong entertainment and media again, and I knew I wasn't getting exercise and all that stuff again, whether the weather was permitting it to be outside or just getting down and doing some push-ups or some sit-ups inside. I knew that it was me. It was only me. It was nobody else. That I allowed certain situations to affect me. I chose to feel these feelings longer than they needed to be felt. Yeah. I was going to get into another subject, but I don't want to tick anyone off. That's completely get into that another day. Let's see. What is it, Saturday? I think it's Saturday, right, guys? Yeah, it's Saturday, huh? Happy Saturday. How's the weather where people are at? You got the global crisis. You might sweat if you go outside. You might release toxins out of your body if you go outside. That's why they don't want you in the heat. That's why they don't want you in the gyms. They don't want you sweating any of this toxins they got inside of you. You know, whether it came from your food, the air, the water, or you poked yourself with it. They don't want you sweating any of that stuff out. I know they're pushing that agenda here recently again. The climate crisis. Hilarious. I heard there are some areas that are actually trying to initiate the first climate lockdown where they don't want you to leave because it's 2 degrees hotter outside than it was a couple weeks ago. Hence that being summer. But yet it's the same people that are hopping to go to tropical areas where it's even 2 degrees hotter than that, but they want to lock you down in. Make it make sense, people. Make it make sense. Warm and humid in Minnesota, but not bad. 86 degrees. Yeah, see, the humidity is what gets a lot of places. Um, the humidity was something I was concerned about when I first got out here because of what it was when I lived out here previously. Now that I'm in shape, as is his shape as I am, now that I am as healthy as I am, inside and outside, the humidity I don't notice it like I did back then. Um, I don't know. I guess, like I said, a lot of it has to just do with your own health and upkeep. But yeah, do I sweat when I go outside? Of course. Again, um, no big deal. Sweat, whatever. Go out, sweat. But this idea of climate lockdowns is hilarious, and the fact that they're already trying to implement their first one, I want to say it was, God, was it Sweden? So one of the places is about to try and initiate the first actual climate lockdown. Hilarious. What does it actually do? What are you staying inside your house? What does that actually accomplish than if you were outside? Explain it. You're still breathing. You're still releasing carbon dioxide into the air. What changes? What changes? Somebody explain it to me, because I haven't figured it out yet. But then again, I'm pretty dumb when it comes to the explanations that mainstream gives us for how society works or how our environment works or was created or maintains itself. And doesn't make any sense to me. But hey, they're the leaders of the world. We got to listen to them. They know what they're doing. Really? You're the ones that build all the factories, that build all the electrical lines in the ground, that build all the airplanes, that build all the nuclear factories, that built all the. You're the ones that built society the way it is. It's your systems. It's your products. But it's us breathing and our animals that are causing climate change. Get off. I don't. I don't, I don't get it. I don't get how people buy this stuff. Well, I do. I do. I do. It's because they're brainwashed, and it's because they're brainwashed. Well, but how are they It's because they're brainwashed. It's because the brainwashing worked, people. They're brainwashed. Susan, do you still get emails from Theon at all? Or is that was that communication cut dead when I stopped the streams back in the day? I still think about people that haven't shown up in a while. I know Sophia was out in Colorado. She had made the move to Colorado. Hoping things are going good for her out there. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So no, we don't know how he's doing. See if there's anything else that comes to mind before I wrap this up. Sit here for a moment. I'll check and see if there's anything being said on social media. We can find out if there's anything we can laugh about real quick, and maybe we'll let people go have some dinner. And why do I have 9 notifications? What the heck? I've never had that many notifications on Twitter because I am shadow banned. I'm one of the first shadow banned people there ever was. Like my account has never. I don't receive likes. I don't receive comments. In order for me to know if somebody has commented on my tweet or something like that, I actually have to go click on it myself, hit the like button or hit the retweet, and then it will show me blanks across the board until I interact with the tweet again, and then all of a sudden it'll say you had 3 responses here. I don't get any notifications, not a single notification. Well, nothing. So let me read these real quick, make sure nothing. Interesting. That was Mark Fugel's trend thread. People talking about all the fighter jets. People have been seeing a lot of fighter jets in areas flying around in formation, like multiple jets out at the same time. Now, I live right here at a Pax River Naval Air Base. It's a naval air base. So it's both Navy and Air Force or Navy. No, well, I guess Navy has their own airplanes because they've got aircraft carriers. But whatever. Um, so it's not uncommon for me to see a jet, do a flyby, especially with DC. You know, a 40-minute drive up the road. Got to be a 15-minute jet, a 15-minute flight, and they're hovering over DC. But when you start seeing multiple of them at the same time flying in formation, tight knit close, I don't really ever see that. And people are starting to take pictures and videos in other areas of these same kind of formations. And that was some people on my Twitter responding to that, which we were all noticing earlier today and yesterday. And some people think it's because there's about to be some kind of attack or incident here on the East Coast. Whatever. World War III has been coming for 70 years. I mean, at a certain point, you stop worrying about it, the inevitability of it, and you just go live your life. Try and help people. Try and better yourself, better those that are around you. Can't stress enough about getting to know your community right now. Um, hold community meetings, neighborhood meetings, even if it's just the people on your street. Learn about each other, get to know each other. If you don't know who your neighbors are, start growing some food, start getting to know each other, start finding out what kind of skills you guys have amongst yourselves. Start finding who your common think people are around you, who your allies are, and prepare the best you can without preparing from a place of fear, but preparing from a place of acknowledgement and preparation, of just acknowledging the current situation, that there is a group of people that are disrupting things like food supply and, you know, eliminating that fear by having a little bit of supply for yourself, and then in return learning how to grow your own food. It's an amazing thing. It's an amazing thing. Yeah, Jesse, going back to what you said, healing process you're in, the most of the disorders are physical injuries to the brain. uh Eat more foods, they're good. Brain and meditation, yeah. So yeah, food is thy medicine. If you can get the operating systems on the inside of you to work the way they're supposed to work, you can deal and fix so many other things. If you're not worried about, if your body isn't worried about how it's operating. So yeah, again, it's the number one most important thing after breathing is what you're consuming. It affects everything. And then meditation, been my biggest downfall. Meditation, being able to just sit still, um, is my last conquering block. It is my last conquering block. Is being able to sit still and just allow silence to do its thing and allow the information that I am seeking to present itself without effort. To just allow the information to just pop in, the epiphany to happen, and then okay, now the plan of attack just unfolds. But it is something that is necessary, and that's my last battle is the meditation. That is my last battle. Is something that this whole year has all been about get my health back in line, get back to that point, and buckle in on meditation because I understand it here. I understand it. I understand the science of it. I understand it here. I understand the spirituality of it, the non-physical, the things you can't see, but now I have to do it. Now, again, it's about implementing effort and action disciplinary action, being disciplined with it. Um, so again, not perfect, not all the way there, still on this journey just as much as everyone else. Um, I've just gotten to a certain point where there are certain things that I have accomplished where I feel like I can guide and help and assist people at a certain level. But I am definitely no guru and definitely have not perfected anything. Okay, so the whole staying in place thing for me has always been just like if they were tracking you, like if say you got a chip put in you somehow, some way, like they're Neuralink or whatever, they're Amazon has the first official pay by your hand. You're going to pay by your hand. They already have the advertisements for it in their stores. This is not a conspiracy theory. YouTube, you do not shut me down for this. This is legitimate. Okay. There is a chip. They are pay by your hand. You may Google this now. Okay. If that was the case, and if there was some event that was going to wipe everything out, and they were going to have to come back out of their bunkers, and they needed to go they needed a way to find their slaves. They needed to be able to find the people that they're going to go trick with their trinkets and their shiny coins again to come work for them, to build their castles again, to build their monuments again, to build their society again. So you need a way to track them. You need a way to find them after the event, after the cataclysm, after the MCO. So you start sheltering people in place now. You get them to stay in place. You've got an idea of, okay, this is where the majority of people were. This is where we're going to try and come back to. Who knows? Just an idea. I don't know. I'm thinking crazy shit out here, people. Crazy stuff. Who knows? Who knows why they want you to stay? I don't know. I'm coming up with crazy ideas because I got to think way outside the box because these people are crazy. They're not dumb, though. They're not dumb. They got a plan. They're implementing a plan. They have a plan. Whether their plan is going to work, whether they actually believe it's going to work, or they're just doing it because they have to, because their time of being in control is over, and they've been told, okay, we're resetting the game. You guys got to be in control. You guys got to live like kings and be idolized. Now you have to play out this final script the way we, as the keepers of the universe, whatever's going on. They're not dumb. Okay. They have a plan. Whether their plan's going to work or not, or whether they actually believe it's going to work or not, who knows? I don't care because it's out of my control. My control is here. This is me. Yeah. Well, the gas thing is twofold. The reason they're doing the gas thing is twofold. Again, it's about crashing the economy. Okay. It's as simple as that. You're crashing the economy and you're transferring wealth. Okay. By transferring wealth, you're crashing the economy because you're hoarding it on the other side. And the other side, you got inflation and all this other stuff. But it's about electric cars. It's as simple as that. They want you in electric cars. That's it. It's a control factor. The gas thing is nothing more than to trick you into going to buy an electric car or using public transportation, which is going to be electric or controlled by them. Either way, it's control. Because they don't like what you're doing, maybe we'll turn your car off remotely. Oh, you're at the bar. Your receipt tab just came in. There were 10 drinks ordered on that receipt tab. You might have bought those 10 drinks for a table of people over there, but We don't know that. We just turned your car off for 24 hours. Your car's not moving. Your car's not going anywhere. We need to find you. For some reason, you might not have a chip in you yet, but your car does. And we're coming to find you. We know exactly where you're at. We know exactly where you're going. We know we know where you go from the time you wake up to the time you go to bed. And with all the cameras in your houses and your Google's Alexas and Siris and webcams and speakers and smart TVs, they literally know what you're doing from the time you get out of bed to the time you go to bed. The eye in the sky, the artificial eye in the sky, 100% all over you. So this gas stuff, because gas is a renewable, replenishable source. It has nothing to do with fossils. It has nothing to do with rarity. It is absolutely a reproducing source, an abundant source that can have a lot of great uses for humanity if it's used the right way, non-pollutive ways, not for plastics and all this other stuff, or the amount of plastic we use and consume. Again, everything has a useful purpose, moderation, but all the nonsense. That's why Elon, your Tony Stark, has been pushed up as this woke celebrity, not woke in the way they use it, okay? Awake celebrity against the system, against the grain celebrity, this outside force, kind of the stigma they try and give Trump. He's an outside member. He's going to talk about things that we talk about like he's one of us, but he's not. He's an actor, he's a staged presenter. That's why he's been blown up and idolized and celebritized and pushed into your world paradigm and Tesla and all this. The electric car. Now remember, we had electric cars back in the 20s before the last Great Reset, or even before that in the late 1800s. You can Google it and you can see pictures of electric cars, the buggy style cars, the old cars plugged in charging. Not new under the sun. It's just now they have the technology to shut your car down remotely. Now it is beneficial to them. Now it's beneficial to them to have electric cars come back because now there's all this other technology that goes with it. They can control. And they can control a lot more of your life, and that's where the VPs are coming from. The V passes. Everything is about these. Everything is about knowing what you're doing from the time you wake up to the time you go to bed. And if they don't like it, that's where the social credit system that is being implemented stage by stage comes into effect. They don't like what you're saying on social media. What if they lock your fridge? Okay, because that's the direction you're going in. Smart fridge. A smart fridge. They decide they're going to punish you. You, like a parent, you go to bed tonight with no dinner. And they lock your fridge. Right now, that's a crazy conspiracy theory, right? Just like the V Pass was crazy conspiracy 2.5 years ago. Just like all the other things we've ever said are nothing but conspiracy. But these people want control and they want idolization. That's why I don't believe in the depopulation agenda all the way down to the numbers that they talk about, because they need to control people. They need to worship. And controlling a machine is not the same as controlling the will of another living conscious being that you are manipulating under your will. That is power. That is something that is a drug these people do not give up. They're not trying to give up that kind of worship. I don't buy it. I don't buy mass population deduction. It doesn't add up to what they show are their desires and their goals. But whatever. I'm not saying they're not gonna call the herd a little bit. I'm not saying that they wouldn't rather have more obedient people. So try and call out some people. I'm not saying that that wouldn't be a possibility. I'm just saying the whole idea of a mass global on that. I don't know. Something doesn't add up about it. Maybe it's just wishful thinking. Maybe it's just wishful thinking. Children dying, getting the things needed for electric cars there. Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, and that's what I'm saying. Mining all the stuff for electrical wiring and all that stuff. The plants that are going to have to power these are going to be fuel operated plants that are going to produce the electricity and stuff like that. It's it's all a scam. It's it's all a scam. But yeah, I mean, it's not safer for the environment by any means. Electric cars is not better for our ecosystem. It is not better for us. It's not better at all. There's nothing better about electric cars. And is gas the answer? No. The water engine is the answer and has always been the answer. Okay. That's your answer. The hydro engine is your answer. It's always been the answer. They're not going to let you do that because you can collect rainwater illegally in a lot of areas. You know what I'm saying? They're not gonna give you solar powered vehicles. Where's your solar powered vehicle? Hmm, food for thought. Makes no sense. Electricity is definitely not safer than gasoline for the environment. Gonna be digging up the earth, erecting a bunch of towers and stuff. Not better. Was never better. Well, they've killed a couple guys. There's another guy that has another working water engine, I believe, just recently, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, no doubt, they killed that guy. Mysteriously had a heart attack at dinner, like a couple weeks after the newspaper and the media went public with his invention, working invention, a working proved invention. So everything's digital. It's the AI. It's the Satan. Satan. The AI Satan has risen. Okay, for those who want to get into the deeper, esoteric, uh, spiritual aspect, the behind the scenes. So we go through these cycles where the AI Satan is wiped out by a EMP charge, the electromagnetic plasma discharge. And then society goes, rebuilds back, worships the AI Satan again. This is AI Lucifer. This is Lucifer. Lucifer is an AI technology for this theory. Okay, this is a theory. Um, and then that's the cycle we're going through. And that Lucifer is having his final unveiling, and they're all praising the rise of the AI and the unnatural, and then it gets wiped out again. And in these end times, not only are they revealing themselves, but they are preparing for the next takeover. And we in the MCO world, a lot of people tend to think like the entire surface of Earth is going to be wiped out. I don't necessarily think that. I think that there are probably locations that are going to be perfectly fine, and they know that, and that technology is going to survive and all that. That's why they're building these 5G towers and all that stuff. So in those areas that it does survive, that's where they're going to herd up their people, and then they'll start going exploring, and they'll never tell all these new places. They'll come to a new land that'll be all tribal and desolate, dystopian, and they'll clean it all up. They'll get rid of the old world, and then they'll tell them this story of civilization just started, and you know there will be the Jesus and Horus story again, and all the same story that they've used over and over and over again. Um, so yeah, I was saying the EMCO people, the plasma apocalypse people, tend to think that there's going to be nothing left on the surface and only things underground will survive, and that even things underground, all technology will be wiped out. That's a theory, but it's possible that some technology does exist, and that wherever that home base is, they will keep that secluded and away from everyone. Like right now in Antarctica, there's probably some land that they all go to, and that is some utopia and some society that we don't know anything about, that's been there since the last reset. An Atlantis, if you will, or Lemuria, or something like that. Who knows? Who knows? We're all riding this final chapter out together, trying to make the best hypothetical assumptions that we can, but that's all they are. They're just hypothetical, educated guesses. We don't really know, but it would make sense. It would make sense if there was an area that was unfazed, that they went to. They come back up out of the ground after it's all done. Those ghost cities that they build that you've heard about. Google China ghost cities, or Google Kazakhstan and the capital of Kazakhstan, and look at the Illuminati capital, brand new built just over the last decade or so. Well, if they thought that everything was about to be gone, they wouldn't be wasting their time with that kind of stuff. I can promise you that. They're not gonna waste time. They got bigger things to worry about. Setting up for retaking over society. Hey, you're welcome, Jesse. I didn't really do anything, but I'm here. We're hanging out. I'm just talking. I'm just talking. Whatever anyone wants to talk about. Whatever, no matter how deep down the rabbit hole you've went, if you think you've got an idea of what's going on, or a theory, put it in the chat. We'll talk about it. Sagittarius, you feeling like a Sagittarius? Your alter ego? Your alter ego feels like it's going to be a Sagittarius? Whatever. Hey, if people can make up their own pronouns, okay, and identify as purple one-legged lizards, whatever people are identifying as these days, you and your alter ego can identify as whatever astrological makeup you want. That's your alter ego, and I will respectfully acknowledge it. Okay. Oh man, pronouns. What the hell? Pronouns. So stupid. Such stupid things to be arguing about. You know? Stupid. I don't get it. My life path sign is Sagittarius. Right on. My life path number was a 7, I believe. Seeker of wisdom. I believe it was like a seeker. It's obviously been seeking for the answers my whole life, even when I didn't realize it. What really gets me is my cosmic galactic signature, like your Mayan galactic signature and stuff like that. I'm what's known as what's called a red self-existing Skywalker, which is pretty cool. So I'm literally a Jedi master. You see that back there? I'm, I'm literally a Jedi master. We all are. We're all Okay, we're all Jedi's who have the ability to become Jedi masters. We're all Padawans. Is that what they call them? Padawans? We're all Padawans have the ability to become Jedi's. If we control our emotions, use meditation and the Force, we're all Jedi's. Um, but yeah, it's like if you get into like that kind of stuff, like cosmic signatures and cosmic DNA, and like my life number is like a 173, or my cosmic family is like 173. There's a lot of cool insight that you can get from that kind of stuff. Um, but it says like the red self-existing Skywalker is like he's someone between worlds. He's like a bridger between worlds, um, a portal of to information, to other worlds, other dimensions, experiences, whatever. So many different ways you can look and interpret something, but I definitely thought it was really, really cool. Loved it, loved it. And the other thing about astrology, something that I kind of want to look a little more into, is I've been coming across or being reminded that maybe originally there are 13 constellations and not 12. Okay. 13 constellations. And our calendar system used to be 13 months of 28 days, with one day, Easter, the day of resurrection, day of rebirth, set aside outside of the calendar itself, as you will, the void, if you will. And so that's how it was, and it's much more symbiotic. Um, which that small change, or that small change, that big change, but that change in your at. I mean, if you're really into your readings and your cosmic makeup and things like that, it changes your dates. It changes um, how you might see yourself, or if you're someone who maybe didn't connect with your original birth sign, your astrological sign, and the explanations or characteristics that came with it, you might actually come to find out this whole time been looking for that 13th, at 13 out astrological calendar. Osiphus? I can't remember. Can't remember. I'm trying to remember the name of the 13th constellation. But yeah, something to just since we were talking about astrological science, there's something I'd like to just throw in there, just a random piece of information that might mean something for someone, might mean absolutely nothing for somebody else. But I say anywhere you might be able to get a piece of information to help you better understand yourself, or why things might happen the way they do for you. Why do you continue to make decisions the way you do? Fall into the same kind of scenarios? Why are you addicted to the same kinds of foods or same kind of people? Um, there's nothing wrong with research. Um, if it helps you, it helps you, and if it doesn't, it doesn't. But we consume so much mindless, useless content to occasionally when seeking out actual wisdom, to occasionally come across some duds. Shouldn't stop you from continuing to look for answers, to seek information, to go within and digest your experiences, and find that truth within, because you're going to get 1,000 different interpretations and scenarios while you're out there looking, even about the same subjects. Like, I mean, look at Christianity. How many sects of Christianity do you have? How they can't even seem to agree on things. That's where you'll agree. This is what you'll agree. That's what I mean. This is your truth detector right here, guys. I mean, some people say the gut. I like to say the heart. It's the same. It's just an inner feeling. It's not up here. Right and wrong, you feel right and wrong. Like you feel when you do something wrong. You feel it. It's not here, fear and everything, but you like feel guilt. Like there's something you feel inside. Like, you know, man, I knew before I did that that it was not the right call, and I did it anyway. Yeah, life path numbers are cool. There's a lot of cool stuff about numerology and life path numbers and stuff like that. Um, we are code. I mean, there is code to us, and we are programmed. Okay, we are programmed. There is information programmed inside of us. Information from past lives, information from the aether, the collective, whatever you want to call it. We are data. We are binary code as well. So, you know, there's something to be said about numerology. Again, everything with a grain of salt. Gematria and stuff like that. People get obsessed with it and think that it's the only answer to explaining what the elite are doing and what their real goals are and all that stuff. But it's just one piece of the puzzle. One piece of the puzzle. Take a little bit from all of these different subjects, use synchronicity, put it all together, and be the best person that you can be, no matter your pronouns. Man, I'm going to be taking shots at these pronoun people for no reason. You want to be called whatever, be called whatever. We've been lied to all our lives, but your gut will always let you know right from wrong. Yes, yes. Um, and that's completely off this. It's another reason I believe kids need to be allowed to make mistakes, to touch the hot stove, if they need to learn that it burns, to experience, to be scientists, to learn their environment, because they will learn based off of themselves and the interactions, not off of outside opinions and propaganda and things like that. Kids need to be given that kind of freedom to go play in the dirt, if you will, touch the hot stove, because there are nothing but falsehoods out there, uh, and not nothing, but a world full of falsehoods that will do everything they can to grab you and suck you in to that matrix. But if you let a kid learn, truly experience the world, and trust what they're seeing and feeling and experiencing and hearing with their own creator given senses, stop with all the gaslighting and all this stuff, they're going to be all right. They're going to know. They're going to know. Dab. she Jesse dabbed it up on the chat there. Is that what that is? Yeah, I think that's what that is. Oh man, that's good stuff. Wonder who else is watching that we haven't had a chance to chime in from. A couple people I'd like to see pop in here over the next few minutes, and if not, we'll take a break. Maybe come back around 11 o'clock tonight, Eastern time. Check in, see how people are doing. See if anyone else from different time zones. I need to know where my Alejandro is. I need to know what's going on over there. I need to know how things are in Turkey. Oh man, who else am I missing? A couple. There are about 5 or 10 of you guys that I'm hoping that'll get a chance to pop back in and say hello, reconnect. Mom, if you're watching, I love you. I hope that you're doing all right. I hope that you're staying happy. Or Adam, I love you. No matter what you think of me, I hope you're doing good. If you're spying on me, my mom and my brother, they get the notifications. And I know they pop in from time to time to just watch and see what I'm doing. Figure I'd just give them a little shout catch it later. Happen to be watching. I actually just put the olive branch back out to my mother, who I was feeling pretty done with, feeling pretty frustrated. And she right back with me. I mean, her truth and her perspective on me is just as valid as my truth and my perspective on her. But I finally put the olive branch out. Said, look, hey, we might not agree with what's going on right now, and we might not agree with the approach, but we both need to be respectful of each other's decision to be an individual and to meet the maker on their own terms, because we're all heading to meet the maker, whether you want to acknowledge it or not. You're going to meet your maker, and then we all get to answer for why we did what we did, or why why we didn't. I will remind everyone that I am on Twitter. If you come across this stream and you never had a chance to jump in the chat, or you want to interact, connect in a different way, I am on Twitter at REMYJSG. It's Awakened Reality. Um, have a Discord channel as well, where we get together and share things, which will hopefully get active again here now that I'm back. So if you'd like to have interaction away from the stream, you want to share videos, inspiring or informative, music, recipes, techniques on growing food, um, and anything that you think is relevant to the you know outside of the matrix type of thinking we do here, then please find us on Discord, find us on Twitter, find us on Facebook. I got Facebook Messenger, both Awakened Reality and my personal one. If you happen to find me on my personal one, I'm no celebrity or no high volume streamer YouTuber. I have time for individuals right now. So if there's something that you want to talk, you feel like there's nobody that's hearing you, getting you, seeing things the way you see it, you just need to, vocally unleash. I'm here. We could do a Zoom call. We could do it over WhatsApp. Give you my personal phone number because it doesn't mean anything to me. I got no privacy to hide from anyone. Um, reach out. You're not alone. If you hear this, you're not alone. If you see this, you're not alone. There are a lot of there are a few networks and organizations that are trying to make you feel like you are the minority. You're not. You're not the minority. Look at all the protests happening all over the world. Look at all the mass gatherings happening all over the world. Do you think that's the majority or the minority filling the streets? I'm just asking. Sure does look like a lot of people. Hey, that's what I'm here for, Jesse. Or I mean, it's what we're all here for. I needed it too. That's why I'm here. I needed it too. I needed to get on here and just talk. As much as I would love it to be more interactive, maybe hearing somebody's voice. um, we'll make do. I would do Zoom calls, guys. I would totally do a Zoom group. If there was 4 or 5 of us that wanted to get together on a nightly basis, my father actually does this with a group of guys. They talk about computers and stuff. Unfortunately, they're the ones that I think pressured him into going and doing the thing. Um, Not pressuring, but I think it was their influence and conversations that made him feel like he got to come back and like, hey guys, I did it, hurrah, Um, and I could be completely wrong, but I think that's what happened. Um, but yeah, I would do if we wanted to do once a day, twice a week, whatever, where we set a time and a couple of us got on the Zoom channel and had dinner together, um, and just talked, shared a meal together, laughed, put on some music. I'm all about that. If people want to get more interactive, if they feel like they want to actually talk and get some things outside of them. For me, I'm not a big typer and texture. It's still very not intimate. I don't know. Inorganic. I don't know. I don't know. To me, it's too much non-humany. I don't know what the word I'm looking for is, but uh, yeah, I know that's the world that people live in is texting and stuff like that. But I'm more much of a verbalizer, communicator, and I'm an audio person. A lot of times I got to close my eyes. Like if I'm watching something and I really need to understand, I'll close my eyes to hear it. Because you got visual learners, you got audible learners, and then you got people that learn physically by retaining the information by actually doing it. I'm much more of uh, an audible and a physical. Let me do it once or twice, and then I'll perfect it, and I will do it the best that it can be done because I'm that perfectionist. God, I can't wait to get my teeth fixed. Oh, 3 more weeks, 3 more weeks. I see it, and I'm just like, oh no, it's so horrible. It's a sign of uncleanliness. And when you're talking about the kind of things that I talk about, that's a red flag. You know, when you're talking about how important your health is and what you put in your body and maintaining your health and doing it organically and things like that, that's a big red flag when you realize that hey, that man was that he had bad oral hygiene for a while and he made some stupid decisions. But I'll be excited. I'm already excited. Yeah, a couple more weeks, but I felt it was time to get back on here with you guys. I didn't want to wait. I was going to wait and just come on with the big bright white smile and the shave and everything and have people go, "Wait a second, who the hell is that?" But I just I couldn't um I've had a really good couple weeks getting back on my feet, getting back outside, been doing my litter pickups, been getting great recognition from people that have been pulling over. Had this nice lady and her son pull over yesterday and literally stop traffic. And I was just waiting for someone to get on the horn and honk, but everyone was really just cool. I guess they saw what I was doing and that she was, you know, commending me. And she was just like, I want you to know I see you. I was like, huh? And she's like, I see you. And I was like, oh, thank you. No, I get it. She goes, no, thank you. This is my son. And I was like, yeah, the world is acting like a fool right now when all we need to do is get outside and start being the change that we want to see, you know? And that's why I do it. That is literally why I do it. And yes, I'm not gonna lie. I'm hopeful every time I'm out there. I'm like, I can't wait for someone to pull over and give me a pat on the back. That's great because I want to inspire people to do it, and I love to be encouraged to continue. I'm gonna continue to do it because it's what I feel is right. But I'm not gonna deny that acknowledgement doesn't make you wanna do an extra half a mile to bring 2 baggies with me and do a whole 'nother pickup. I'm not gonna deny that. I'd be lying to myself and I'd be lying to you guys if I didn't say that recognition wasn't sought after and appreciated. Okay. But it hasn't deterred me. But that has been awesome. I've been doing work in the attic. I've been insulating my father's attic for him with this. It's this foil stuff that you hang, and it acts as a reflectant to the heat. It like reflects the heat back out towards the roof rather than coming in towards the upper level of the home. And been doing that. And so my old man's been getting to say, hey, wait, my son is actually a man who can actually do like real things. Like I don't, because at first he asked me if I'd call my old high school friend who started a handyman business and he was going to pay him to do it. And I'm sitting there going, why didn't you ask me to do it? Matter of fact, why haven't you asked me to do a lot of things around here that we could do on a home that's now 30 years old that you obviously want to do, but you don't have the energy or time to do it yourself? Well, just because there was a lack of trust. There was a lack of trust in the relationship. Well, I sat down, said, hey, look, 20 years has gone since we've seen each other. Yes, as a kid, I quit everything. I had ADHD. I pick up a hobby and it was done within a couple weeks. I went from sport to instrument you know, style of clothing to style of clothing, hairstyle to hairstyle, because I was trying to figure out who the hell I actually am, you know? But I'm not that quitter anymore. The only things I quit now are bad habits. And you got to give me that trust while I'm out here to actually help you, because if not, there's going to be no chance to rebrand the image of each other. You know, it has to one step at a time. There's got to be one project that you're going to let me do, and I can show you that I can do this. I can do man work and knock this out of the park for you, get it done, and then we can do the next project. Well, mission accomplished. Now we've got a reestablished relationship. We've got new structure to it. There's a new trust being created because it has to be recreated. He's got to see me accomplish things. He's got to see me start and finish a project and do it the right way. And once you've seen that, oh, okay, well, let's try another project and give a little more responsibility, a little bit more, uh, yeah, a little bit more responsibility. And then, we'll keep going. We'll keep building on that, So I've had lot of things happening over the last couple weeks that have really pushed me in a direction. And I hope you guys are all finding things to heal relationships, owning what you need to own and forgiving what you need to forgive, because we only have today. Today is it. Today is it. Right now, the moment. The moment is all you have. If there is something right now that you wish you would have done, should have done, or would do, I want you to get off this stream right now and I want you to go do it. If it means mending a relationship with someone, go do it. If it means going for a walk and getting a little exercise, go do it. If it means going and having a nice piece of fruit or a nice salad because you're kind of been on the wrong side of eating here recently, go do it. I'll be here when you get back. And if not, we'll do it again the next time, whether it's in this realm or another realm. because life is guaranteed to go on. Whether we're here in this reality, whether we're here in this body, this form, not guaranteed. Not guaranteed. I could take my last breath 10 seconds from now. Yes, live your truth. Live your truth. Absolutely. Yeah. And that's hard for a lot of people because they're afraid of what the other person's going to think. I'm telling you, introverts, loners, vegans, they're ready for all this crazy stuff that's going on right now. They're ready for food collapse and cattle farms being shut down. Well, one because we haven't been participating in that system for a long time. Introverts, we've been working on ourselves and saying society is sick and weird for a long time. This it hasn't affected us as society that we're currently living in as much as it has affected others. There's a lot of people that were built for this time right now, and now they get it. Now they understand it. Ooh, broccoli walnut salad sounds delicious. I just had a salad earlier. I did pecans in my salad. Pecans and cranberries were the extra goodies I put in there. But I did a spinach and baby lettuce base, shredded carrots, fresh organic cucumber, onion. Love my onion. Love my onion. I am an onion guy. Onion and garlic goes in every. I can find a way to put onion and garlic in almost everything. That's not sweets. I'm sure there's garlic and onion ice cream out there because people are freaking weird. Um, and I'm weird too. They'll say I'm weird. And that's their right because they're damn right. I am weird. Yeah, it was great salad. Great. It was awesome. Had a couple peanuts on the side to get some fiber in me. I think peanuts is fiber. I think that's the one I'm thinking of. I did almonds earlier in the week for all my lots of extra protein and calcium. They didn't have any broccoli at the grocery store I went to earlier this week. No broccoli. I mean, we're definitely. I don't know about you guys, but we're definitely starting to see some of the shelves shortages out here. I mean, I don't know how things are looking in your guys' areas, but there's no question. And it's always the healthy, real food first that's gone. It's always the most expensive, and it's always the first gone because that is what matters. All the frozen foods, the processed box foods, and all that, they'll still have some of that. But your produce, these farmers that are dealing with what they're dealing with, that's why if you can buy from a farmer, if you have farmers markets in your area, if you have a farm in your area, go knock on that farmer's door and say, "Hey, can I start buying some of my produce straight from you? Cut out the middleman. You don't need the supply chain. Your fruit and food all should always be coming local." Hypothetically, it's great to have, a system where I could get some fresh fruit from another seasonal area brought over to me, but that's not a guarantee. That's dependent on other people, and those other people are not trustworthy right now. Cannot trust them. Cannot trust the people that run these systems that set up this food distribution. You can't trust them. So get as local as you can, and the most local you can get is your backyard. There is garlic ice cream. It's very good. Jeff, I'm putting you on timeout. I'm putting you on timeout. If I actually knew how to do that, I'd put you on timeout. No, I'm kidding. Right click your name and I'll put you on timeout. Um, no, to each their own. To each their own. Like I said, no, I was literally just watching something where they were talking about weird fancy ice creams and how they ordered a bunch of weird fancy ice cream. And it was like there was a Tahiti sauce one. There's all sort. They order fancy ice cream is what they called it. Fancy, I would have called it eccentric, exotic, maybe. I don't know, fancy. I don't know what made it fancy. They were definitely exotic flavorings, though, for sure. Weird stuff that they talked about. They were talking about some weird stuff. Like, well, pregnant women have been told to crave or been heard to crave like pickles and ice cream or some weird combinations. Hey man, taste buds are taste buds and they're your taste buds. So if it's good to you, it's good to you. You know, I am on my second year trying out a garden. I don't know what I'm doing, but it's learning. Hey, that's it. That right there. And I promise you, the first person that planted a garden didn't know exactly what they were doing, but the universe talked to them through epiphanies, through ideas, through trial and error. The idea just pops in your head. Once you are doing something and engaged with that activity, the information relevant to that activity is now linked with you. All you have to do is think about it, allow the information to present itself, and do it. How does anyone ever accomplish anything the first time? The idea poof, popped in their head from the aether. That's where meditation comes in because you will get it easier and faster in silence. That's what meditation is. Receiving information for whatever it is that you're seeking in a faster, more direct way. This is instantaneous Wi-Fi, no dial-up needed. Well, I guess you could call the meditation dial-up, if you will. This is your dial-up internet, internal dial-up internet. You must meditate though. We will correct ourselves on the fly there. But yeah. I can't wait to be able to start a garden. Matter of fact, when I'm going to start over here, because of my living situation and because how set in stone my father is. Like if I were to just go dig up a garden bed right now, oh my god, it'd be such a stupid argument. We don't need to do that. Like, oh, Walmart's right there. Oh, the military base is right there. We're gonna be fine. We're gonna be fine. And stop freaking out. Stop freaking out. Yeah. Growing food is our responsibility, not somebody else's. It has nothing to do with fear. I'd feel the same way for the rest of my life if the world tomorrow went back to the way it was 5 years ago. Nothing that I have learned or have acknowledged about this world is going to change. I am still going to believe that self sustainability and accountability and providing for yourself is the key to being the happiest that you can possibly be because you eliminate fears. You eliminate so many fears by knowing how to provide for yourself on this planet. And you don't get tricked into contracts with other people because you're afraid of where your food's going to come from. Or you accepted a job 3 towns over and you don't have a car or gas to get to that job 3 towns over. So you're dependent again, more dependency, more dependency, more dependency. It's all. But I can't wait. One of the things I'm going to try and do is growing the herbs inside by the window seals and like taking a pepper or the green onions and like regrowing them in cups and stuff inside the house. And maybe if he sees again that, oh look, I don't have to go buy green onions anymore because we have green onions here all the time, or some fresh basil or something. Then maybe it'll be easier to get him on board with saying, hey, you have a backyard that is nothing but grass. Why? What does grass do for anyone? Do you have cows? Are cows going to eat your grass? What does the grass actually provide to anyone? Nothing. A aesthetic appeasing appeal for you and you only. You know what will also do that? But also 1,000 more other things? A garden. A garden. And you can have flowers out too. Gardening, this attention that he puts into cutting his grass and trimming and having this nice, clean, crisp grass yard that all these men get tricked into. And that's what it was. It was a trick to get you to stop growing food. They put some commercials on. This is what yards are supposed to look like. You want the white picket fence with the yard for your kids to play in instead of every neighborhood having a huge park for the kids to play in, a community area. Now they took that from you and said, "No, your yard. Yeah, that's where your kids are. Oh, that's where I'm supposed to grow my food for my household." And that common park area is where the kids are going to play. Maybe. Like I said, maybe. It's just one of those He needs to see the benefit of being able to have your own grocery store in your backyard. Lawns, man. It was propaganda. It manufactured, you know. It's like these you see these commercials. This is another just speaking about propaganda and commercials and okay, so you got the coverings, right? The John Cenas. I'm gonna call them the John Cenas, right? You got these things, the John Cenas. Because you can't see me. And you got those things popping up in commercials, right? But it's only like one or two people in the commercial, and then everybody else in the same exact commercial, in the same exact setting, is not wearing the John Cena's. So why did the one or two people in the commercial have to do it? To program you. Because the more you see it, the more normalized it is. The illusion of the problem is real to you because you see the John Cena's or you see the plexiglass at the cashier. So now got these false physical constructs creating this illusion. But I was just thinking about how commercials were used to program people into white picket fences and lawns, and it just I've been watching all these commercials recently, and I keep watching how they will. I mean, watch the commercials. You'll see. You'll see that 90% of the people know John Cena coverings. None of this. But then one or two in there, just a program. Why? Because it's called TV programming. And that's what they do. That's what they do. John Cena don't even be John Cena is selling his soul to Hollywood and the devil at a pace that is ridiculous. He is selling himself at every which he wants to be Dwayne the Rock Johnson so bad. He is desperate for the camera attention. Desperate, desperate, desperate for it. He is an Illuminati puppet. 100% through and through. I will say this. That show that he's got on HBO, The Peacemaker, because I try and watch everything comic book related because again, there's more truth in comic book and mythology than there are in your history books. Okay, so I watch all that mindless entertainment because I am searching for winks at occult truths. Okay, and the comic cosmic, I've went over that. The comic book age, again, it reigns supreme right now because we are in the cosmic age, the cosmic upgrade of DNA, okay, which will lead to people becoming superhuman as far as even if you just want to say it's going to make athletes be able to run 5 miles an hour or even more faster or jump 5 feet more higher. Even if you want to keep it in those kind of simple, believable terms, or you could take it to like telepathy or levitation or super strength or super speed or whatever degree you're willing to expand that mind and that imagination to. There's a reason the comic book age has taken over these last 10 years. What I was going to say was that show Peacemaker, it's hilarious. It really is funny. It is vulgar in a lot of areas, of course, because it's today's media. Everything's got to be over sexualized and profanity and things like that. So if you're sensitive to those kind of things, then it's definitely not a show that you would want to watch. If you have a grip on your sense of humor and what's real and what's not, Check it out. Pretty funny show. Pretty funny show. All my homies hate lawns. It's gonna be the it's gonna be the name of your first hit single. It's gonna be called All My Homies Hate Lawns. I'm gonna step away for a minute and grab some water. Hopefully you guys are all here. If you're not, well, I'd love you too. That dirty motherfucker. I'm gonna whoop his. Oh, hello. I'm back. How's everyone doing? I missed you guys. Oh, so my father just threw a wrench in my plans for next week or this week. He just went and bought a bunch of vegetables and shit, thinking I needed it. After I just told him, hey, I didn't pick up vegetables this week because I'm going to do a 7-day fast or fruit smoothie. That he didn't listen. He just let. He doesn't agree with fasting. He thinks I'm harming myself. He also thinks that ordering vitamins online or your medicines online, like iodine or something online, is dangerous and I'm going to get harmful product and stuff like that. He doesn't understand it's 2022 and your whole world is about to be ordering offline. Like that's what they're trying to move to. They don't want to have to build a Walmart anymore. They don't want to have to build a Target anymore. They want it to go directly from the warehouse into the drone to your doorstep. They don't want a bunch of employees standing at cash registers. stocking shelves that they don't have to stock. They want you to shop right from this window screen and have it delivered to your doorstep, including your food. That's what they want your food delivered that way too. Oh, so I just harped on my dad, like, Dad, I told you why you do this. I love you, but why'd you do this? I go out and get my own food. Like, I'll go get it when I need it. And he bought some stuff that's not organic. And I do not want those pesticides in me. So like now I'm like, I don't want to insult you and have your food go bad and throw it away, but I also don't want to consume it my damn self, you know? But it's coming from a place of love. Like he's trying to be dad. He's trying to surprise me with what he thinks I was lacking. I asked him to pick me up one big bag of almonds because almonds can go in my secret stash of stuff. Can always throw another bag of almonds into the crate of stashed goods. Um, and he came back with like 3 bell peppers, a cucumber, and then these tortilla shells that are the wrong tortilla shells. I feel so bad. Like I'm like, oh, how can you be so ungrateful? But you gotta stick to your guns too. You can't mess up your temple and your diet and your energy and stuff just to accommodate somebody's generous thought. He got these tortilla shells because I make wraps and I get like the sun dried tomato basil type, like all natural wraps. But he bought flour, Ortega, and if you use Ortega flour tortillas, if you read them, there's bleach in them. It says enriched with bleach. That's how they get these things to get look white. Your table salt. Your table salt is bleached. You're not supposed to consume bleach on any level, guys. There's a reason that they legally have to put it in bold print, alerting you that there are certain things in your food because they know that there is intentional harm coming from those products and that it is your choice if you choose to harm yourself by consuming these products. It's just like cigarettes, it's just how they get away with cigarettes and all this other stuff. It's your choice. It's just like what's going on right now. Your choice. Insurance companies are calling it a suicide. They're not paying out. Look it up. It was your choice. That is that dark. Labeling you as a suicide and not paying out your insurance. Crazy. But again, don't take it from me. Call your insurance company and ask, hey, if I go have this medical procedure, is it going to affect my policy at all? Well, because it's not approved on any actual level and it's an emergency thing, we're considering it a personal choice and it's going to null and void your contract with us. And we're not going to have to pay you out. Look it up. It's crazy. So you have a robot at work that cleans the floors, make veggie smoothies. Is that what you told me to? No. Well, I'm not figuring out if I'm gonna have to consume the veggies. I love veggies. I'm a crunch person. I love a salad. Like love a salad. I love wraps. I can go to the store and get a pack of proper wraps and eat again this week proper and healthy and just make sure I work out like I'm doing and everything. Um, the thing is I'm trying to live every day like to okay. Trying to live every day like tomorrow is the possibility that life is very different and certain things are not accessible. So with how far behind I am on vitamins and things like that, I thought it would be really, really good to focus heavily on making sure, you know, I'm dedicating some time. And because I'm the only f- person around me that eats this way, there's only so much I can buy that'll stay fresh long enough, you know. So if I decide I'm doing salad and veggies for the week, I'll throw in a piece of fruit here and there throughout the week, but I'm not buying a bunch of fruit because I'm not going to eat all that. I'm not going to eat all that food. So the plan is to load up on a bunch of fruit and vitamins in case, you know, the shit hits the fan. At least my body's ahead of the game on some of the things that it might be lacking temporarily. That's why it's a good idea to get vitamins, guys. I got a I was never a vitamin taker, but I started taking vitamins this past couple weeks. Um, got a vegan, multi-purpose vitamin, complete vitamin. If you can get concentrates of like iodine and zinc and stuff like that, these things that you can have, is a great idea. Great idea. Things that have shelf life and some longevity to them, where you might not be, especially if you're someone who doesn't grow their own food or seasonal situations, you can have these vitamins and nutrients still get in you while you're living off of whatever it is you have to live off of, canned goods and stuff like that, temporarily. Again, none of these things are bad. It is not a bad thing to be a prepper if you're doing it right, to be self-sustainable. If you have some canned goods stored away just in case, and you have a chart, and you actually had, so when things are dated, and you can either donate them and get a tax write-off to a food shelter or church or something like that, or eat them before they go bad and rotate in new ones. And just having, you know, a 3-month supply of food is not a bad thing. That's winter. Okay, you've got winter's supply of food until you are able to get back out in the elements and go forage if you had to. Having some water, okay? Water in plastic jugs sitting around, not ideal, but it's better than dehydrating and not having any water. Um, let's see, caught that comment coming in. I just lost my train of thought. But yeah, so having some supplies and prepping the right way is called being an adult. It's called being self sufficient. Um, Can't remember where I was going with that because now I got this comment. I understand your predicament, Jeremy. Every time I visit with my aunt in Trinidad, she always greeted me with non-organic fruits and veggies. Oh my, I just could not stomach it. Yeah, no, I mean, I know that it is most likely that this physical form is not going to ever reach peak functionality based off of how long that could probably take. Like, you know, becoming a meditating guru who can levitate, whatever. Your temple being that in tuned. Um, but I also believe that everything we're doing right now sets us up for the next life. And so it's kind of like showing the initiative to the voting party that says, hey, you get to go to this next really cool reality, or this next world where all those things are not even on the table to worry about because you've already conquered them. Like they don't even exist. Like this doesn't, these things just don't exist because you've already proven that you understand eating healthy. So like I'm doing these things not because I think I'm going to ever reach optimal performance in this lifetime. I'm just doing them because I know that's it's the way it should be done. And I'm not trying to say I'm ungrateful for someone bringing me food, especially with what the world's going through. But I'm also trying to stay as disciplined to what I know is supposed to be done, uh, because I believe creating habits in this lifetime lead to better lifetimes, if that makes sense. You know, kind of checking things off in this lifetime. You don't have to worry about relearning them in the next lifetime. You know, maybe all us vegans move to a world where there's no such thing, a reality, there's no such thing as animal abuse or harm because we already accomplished that here and we proved it through actions. Same thing with like pesticides and all that kind of stuff. Who knows? I don't know. See, Jesse says, still living on my 2020 prep came in handy when on my 6 week leave of absence. But yeah, those preps come in handy for blackouts and store. Yeah, I mean, you never know what's going to happen. And like I said, what is the worst that you're going to do? You're going to end up donating it and then getting the same value of money not taken from you in your taxes. And you ended up feeding some people that would not have gotten fed otherwise. And you didn't actually lose any money. You lost very minimal effort buying it and putting it on a shelf somewhere and keeping track of it. It doesn't harm, it only does good. Only does good. Yeah, 6 week leave of absence. What was that about? 6 weeks leave. Are you back from work? You go to another company, another job? It's kind of a long absence. Not long enough to like for like child care or anything or childbirth or anything like that. Back injuries. Mhm. Yeah. I used to have a lot of back pain, a lot of back pain. And it was all because of the gut and not stretching. And it's one of the big things I work on every day is the goal. Every human being should be able to bend over and touch their toes. That is a sign at whatever age. That is a sign of the body still functioning and being youthful and flexible and all that kind of stuff. So that's one of the things I've been working on is really bending over, stretching. I could reach almost my heel now. My ankle, my ankle, not my heel, my ankle. So I'm right above the ankle as far as when I bend over. Got 6 or 7 more inches worth of stretching work to do to be able to touch my toes or lay my palms flat on the ground is actually the goal. Uh, but yeah, the spine and the back is huge. And a lot of it is posture is huge. Of course, I'm leaning back right now, kicking it with you guys, but everything is posture. I mean, as you can see, you want nice broad shoulders, you want a straight up back. That is what you want. Um, Now, back injuries, you might have had something actually happen to you. I fell down. I fell down therapy. I did a lot of exercise for a life. Yeah, no, yeah, and stretching and exercise going forward is a great thing. Hopefully, there will come a point where the pain is no longer there. That even if it takes a year or two of doing the same mundane stretches and the same mundane diet and exercise and fasting and all that, there have been many reports of people healing their bodies in miraculous ways without surgeries or anything like that, just by intent, meditation, proper exercise, and diet. So I have all the hope that you will conquer any lingering pain. So you're back at work now though? 2020 prep. Did you have like a 2020 end of the world prep? Like were you one of those December 21st, 2020 people? Good. Glad you're back at work. I mean, if that's what you want to provide for yourself, I'm glad. If you need to work, I'm glad you're back. Um, 2020. Were you one of the MCO people, or why did were you prepped for 2020 specifically? Did you think that there was going to be an event that was going to require um, some off-grid living there for a while. Water is delicious. Shout out vapor distilled water. Go get yourself some. Get water filters for your house. Reminder, you can get water filter for your sinks, for your showers. It will eliminate the metals and toxins from getting into your pores. Um, so not only can you get a vapor distiller for drinking water and cooking water inside your kitchen, but you can get if you're someone who does have a garden and grow, there are outdoor water filters to where you make sure that you're not spraying your garden with polluted waters. Uh, Something to think about. Filters, the importance of nice, clean water, vapor distilled for my drinking and cooking. Excuse me. I wonder what six people are watching right now. We got Jesse, Susan, maybe Jaleel, maybe Jeff still. That's four. There's two mystery people out there. I am old. Get around better. 30-year-old. I work to stay active and yeah. So you were familiar with the EMCO, Jesse? It's hard for me to remember which people were familiar with me from conversations about the EMCO. Some people got caught on to me because of when I first was posting about the what's the planes in the sky and the stuff they were leaving behind. Uh, so forgive me, and some people caught me with the raid that night from Monty's channel. So I can't remember what everyone has been involved with or what part of the rabbit hole that they've gone down. Yep, electric magnetic plasma changeover event. You got it. You got it. Plasma is what it's all about. The plasma on the inside of you and the plasma in the atmosphere right now. The room raid with Monty. Yeah. Yeah. I don't get over to Monty's channel very often. It's he seems like he's still part of the system and like trying to poke the bear in the system, which is great because it's going to help people that are on that phase of waking up and still like thinking that the system can be changed or that the system is theirs to take back or anything like that, or the mocking and like the argumentative type stuff, or like calling up people to harass or stuff like that to get kicks. I'm just not on that wavelength. I'm so past all that. um, but he is a stepping stone, a part of the journey for a lot of people, and I'm grateful for that. Too bad that old YouTube channel got shut down and all the subscribers and everyone lost, lost to the abyss of censorship, and because you don't censor lies, you only censor truth. I think Monty's great. I think he's got he's doing his thing. He's got his niche. He's got his community. He is opening eyebrows to certain subjects and certain things, which is needed for people that are on that portion of the path. But once you get past that, once you realize that there is no taking the system back from these people, that there is no changing these people, that there's no arguing, and that mocking and fighting and being argumentative and like this Alex Stein guy who was making fun of AOC, big booty Latina, and all that. You're being derogatory and you're being disrespectful, and that's you showing your character right now. We don't. I can't trust you. Your mockery of the person that you're mocking if you're showing bad character as well. Like but again, Alex is helping certain people on who are on that portion of awakening realize that the government's lying or that there are liars in the government or whatever phase they're at until they realize it goes deeper than that. He has his purpose in this game that we're playing. But I don't agree with his antics regardless of who they're directed at. And I come from experience. It's just like me being, like I said, when I was making videos when they first started all this stuff, and I was at a Trader Joe's and I was like trying to explain to them and trying to show them clips of all these, doctors and nurses being silenced and telling them, don't do this, don't allow ourselves to get to this way. And all I was doing was making those people's days worse, causing a scene, put more negative energy into our melting pot here. Wouldn't do anything. Wasn't I wasn't getting better. It still was a line of people there. The store who owns the rights to the store is still going to implement the policies, and it's our fault that we gave our food away to other people to be responsible for. Our fault. So if they decide that they want you to put the John Cena on, you can't really argue it because you gave the responsibility of your food away to somebody else, and they own that piece of property that you're trying to walk into. It sucks. I hate it. It sucks. I'm against it. The principle of it, but the reality of it is we allowed them over time, over generations, to convince us that it was better to have a job and a currency and to chase trinkets that other people priced and say, this is your value on what you make, and this is what your value is on what you're going to spend. You're never going to have enough. There's always going to be another trinket. We allowed that to happen over generations, over lifetimes. We allowed that to happen. Our responsibility. Brian and Mia, Jesse. After I heard that they were no longer in this reality, no longer in the avatars here, passed on, moved on, however you want to label it. I haven't heard. I didn't do any research on it. Um, Talked with Jay a little bit about it privately. I think I saw a video clip of like a cousin or something, or cousin in the comments of a video say some stuff. But as far as like find out what actually happened, like I never looked into it any further. Um, Everyone knew that I had a public video um, disagreeing with the way they were going about presenting the information through monetary paywalls. Um, so I didn't feel it was my place to ever look into it or talk about it because I felt like it coming from someone who had an opposition to them would be disrespectful to family members or friends or community members of theirs. So yeah, I don't know what happened. The last I heard, it was a possible drug overdose, and that is very common with what everyone's going through right now. A lot of people are turning to escapism and drugs and suicides and things like that, um, which is why I'm here. Exactly why I'm here. If I can stop one person from making that decision that they cannot change, or even some of the lesser decisions like substance abuse and things like that, then it's worth it. Then I have fulfilled my soul. My soul is going to be fulfilled. Then I know that when it comes time to look back on my life, that I can say, hey, that right there, that watching them go on from above, like seeing their life play out because of an interaction, because I made myself available, because I listened, or because I just got on here and ranted, and they were able to connect or draw something from it, then hey, then all of my suffering, all of my Buddha moments, all of my self deprecation and beating myself up and creating all the fake avatars that I created over time was all worth it. Yeah. There are a lot of people that believe that Earth is hell. There's a lot of people that believe Earth is heaven. Some people believe it's Midgard. Some people believe it's a school. Some people believe it's a prison. Um, some people believe it's a sick house, like a therapy place, an insane asylum, if you will. Um, it is what you make of it, and I think that we can all agree on that at now. Um, there are always going to be, because we are in an environment with other living entities, there's always going to be opposition, duality, polarity. But I truly believe that you can be just as heavenly on this plane of existence as hellish. Um, I believe it's just a place to experience, to learn, to do things. You know, it's a it's a school. Okay, Earth is a school that happens to have recess available at all times. Meaning, you can be here for many lifetimes being distracted, playing around, or you can eventually acknowledge something deep within, whatever it is, whether it's traumatic or not, and you can learn from that experience, grow, eliminate, whatever it is, and either not have to come back to this school again or come back and a different avatar, a different experience, and learn or conquer something completely new. But the problem is recess is available at all times here. So who wants to go into class and go to school and learn something about themselves if they can just play all day long? If they can just go to recess all day long, which is where this is Satan's playground comes from. Okay? Because biblical text tells you that this is Satan's playground. That earth, Satan is the king of this realm. This is Satan's realm. Satan is the ruler. The beast system, the powers and principalities, Satan, the distraction, the temptation, it is king. Pretty sure, if I'm not mistaken, that's in the book. That this is Lucifer's domain. So many people don't want to acknowledge that. And whether you believe in Lucifer as an actual figure, an energy, a force, something actually demonic, or just a choice between good and evil. The fact remains, temptation runs this asylum, this school, this zoo, whatever you want to call it. Temptation, distraction, it runs the game. That is the that greed is dominating. That greed energy is dominating this matrix right now. It has been dominating. That energy has been dominating for God only knows how many cycles. Who knows? But it's obvious that greed and power has been the dominant force. It hasn't been nurturing or divine feminine or anything like that. But we got a reset coming. You got to reset. Either you're going to live long enough for the reset, or you're going to die and get out of it. But you're going to die no matter what, right? Or you're going to transition, leave the body, leave the avatar, whatever. So many people are afraid of dying, and so many people are afraid of dying in like a horrific way, um, that they let it consume them. Yeah, nothing of the true heavenly realm is of the flesh. The flesh does not go to the great beyond. Whatever it is you want to label it or call it, return to, return to the nexus, return to home, return to source, whatever you want to call it. The flesh does not go. The flesh is of earthly confines. It doesn't go with you. It doesn't go with you. That's why they have these fake, well, they're real astronaut suits to go up into space. Your flesh can't make it outside of our bubble. You were made to be here, or this was made to be here. It is of this reality, this realm. It is of this physical makeup. It is perfectly designed to exist here, nowhere else. So when it comes time, what you really are, the thing that's operating and making these flesh lips move, or these eyes move, or these phalanges, these are phalanges, move. I wonder if anyone will understand the TV show that was relevant from. The phalanges. The phalanges on the plane are broken. We have to get off the plane. The phalanges are broken. Uh so again, why are you afraid? It has stopped you from everything, everything that you wanted to do because you're afraid. We got to stop being afraid. Oh, there's no question we have a firmament. There's no question. How do clouds exist? If we're spinning around like this, if we're flying through space, how's that cloud just sitting there, just in the sky, not going anywhere? It's there. Why don't we constantly have wind all around us? Now, I'm sure there's some scientific formula explanation, but I want you to explain it to me because I don't recall ever caring enough to ask because it just doesn't make sense. And I know that you're going to give me some BS formula. I had a group of people on Nick Hinton. I put a Nick Hinton covers like conspiracy theories and talks about all the different conspiracy theories that are going on in the world. And some tweet about something, and I referred to the tweet about the answer being something to do with a flat Earth or a non-spinning Earth, and of course the comments came out, prove it, prove it. Can you ain't got no proof? I ain't got no proof. Just another person, a flat earther that can't prove anything. That's okay. I said I'm going to give you the one answer that I give every single flat Earth person or globe person that wants to argue it. And I say, okay, you get a drone, a helicopter, or a hot air balloon. One of the three. I can't afford a helicopter. That's not my problem. I'm giving you the answer. Hot air balloon, a drone, or a helicopter. Something that can levitate in the same exact coordinate space the entire time. I want you to go right up above your house, right up above the entire state building, whatever landmark you want to use. I want you to go right up above it where you can see it right below you. I want you to lock in, not going anywhere. You're hovering. You're just hovering. Well, eventually, if you're just hovering in fucking thin air, excuse my language, if you're hovering in thin air and the ground is rotating and moving below you, that ground should eventually shift away from your perspective. That house, monument, whatever it was right underneath you, is not going to be right underneath you anymore. Silence. Not one response. Still, 6 days later, not one response. I don't think anyone's ever presented it to them that way. Simple enough. It's simple enough. You want to prove that the ground below you is not rotating and spinning and moving and going to end up in a different location, hover above your house, and you let me know when your house leaves you. Okay? I'm done arguing flat Earth. I don't think you long for death. I think you long for change. And depending on how much change, you're seeking, yeah, change, not being in this reality. I don't think you want to not exist anymore. Because again, the idea of death means non-existent. I think you want to be healed and you want to be in a healthy environment to where you can just live and be happy. I think that's what you meant to be. Because I, in the same way, I suicidal still to this day. As far as like every day I wake up and go, is it worth it? And I have to remind myself. I have to remind myself because of the chaos in the world. Yes, but yeah, no. Listen, I'm not going to deny those thoughts, especially in this time. They're real and they're relevant, but that's not what we're actually telling ourselves when we say we don't want to exist anymore. What we're saying is we finally want to be healed. And when we really get honest about it, we're the ones that heal ourselves. So, but to end up in a better place overnight, the idea of a rapture or harvest, or, but I mean, yeah, a lot of us cling on to that, hoping that one day we're just going to wake up and a switch had been flipped or, an event had occurred. We're not here anymore and we're just in a better place. But I don't think any of us wants to not exist anymore. You know, that at times we feel that way. But that's not what we're truly seeking. Uh, Susan retracted the message. Let's see. Jeff said, I will be back in a minute. I have to water the garden. You all are amazing. You made my day. Hey, right back at you. You water that garden. Oh, with the Merkaba. Yeah, the Merkaba. I've talked a lot about the Merkaba. I actually just had an EMCO person, someone who didn't understand what I was trying to talk about the spiritual portion of it, or the like the torus field around you, and how maybe if the sky lifted, that there would be certain people who had already gotten their torus field to a certain level of strength that they would literally like float up in the air and like be protected, and like all these things would be happening, and those would be the cave images of like the gods and stuff, and Merkabah's coming down or ascending into the skies, and those wheels around them, the Ezekiel wheels and type that kind of stuff. Well, I've talked about this stuff where I believe that that could be a very good possibility of of a way some people are gonna make it through the EMCO store. That some torus field will activate around them, and literally plasma charges will bounce around them. Just completely like miss them, and they'll already be in safe place wherever they're supposed to be. Those people will know because they'll be connected. They'll be receiving the information. They'll be reading the playbook as it's supposed to be read. But I had someone who didn't understand or agree with all that when EMCO and all this stuff was first going on, and I first got on to making videos about it and started bringing this other perspective of the spiritual portion of the EMCO, because everyone's talking about the flat Earth and the dome and the storm, and then you got Jay Dreamers talking about like the mythological creatures and stuff like that, and plasma possession. But nobody was actually talking about any part of the actual individual spiritual aspect, the inner work. I think I'm the only one that's actually brought it up, and the EMCO and that sacred secretion meditation and building your aura and all that and connecting it. This person just hit me up yesterday, the day before, on Twitter direct message, and was like, "You're right about everything," and started sending me all this stuff that they had come across. I was like, "You're right," like the heart and the torus field and all this stuff, and connecting it. And I was like, I had nothing to do with this. I literally was just presented this information out of nowhere, had no idea, and it just connected. The whole Passover holiday, the ritual of the Passover, the storm passing over, all that stuff came into me in a whirlwind of just boom, 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 boom within a couple day period. And I just put it together. I was like, this has to have something to do with this storm, this plasma, because they're all of a sudden we're getting all these discoveries about the plasma inside of you, the importance of it, and plasma donations, and all these things were adding up, synchronized to the same event. So I I was glad to hear that somebody else had an epiphany of going, whoa, we on the inside and ourselves are connected to this storm as well. And there might be another approach rather than running to hide in a mountain and hoping to survive in this physical form to come back out and rebuild. Now that there are going to be people that are going to do that and want to do that and want to be here for whatever fear or because they understand that there has to just be people to come back and till the earth and you know take care of the animals and they want to be, they enjoy the human experience, they want to come back, and they their passion, they love tilling the lands, and they love, you know living a nice tribal life. So there will be people that are made for that. All I'm saying is that might not be the only solution to surviving the storm. And wouldn't it be cool to find out you had supernatural abilities of some sort? That'd be pretty dope, right? I'm all for it. I'm all for becoming a superhero. You know, I still want free will to choose if I'm going to get up and go save someone. But I like the idea of being able to be a superhero, having some abilities. Then again, the whole world would be superheroes. And they could all go save themselves, right? Because I don't need that hero complex. I want to be the guy that teaches you how to be a superhero. I don't want to be your hero. I want to be your superhero. It feels good temporarily, but it would feel like the definition of insanity if I keep waking up every day and have to try and have the same conversation with the same person and help them. I want them to receive the help so they can go on and be the superhero. I'm not trying to be anyone's hero, anyone's king, anyone's god. I'm trying to be an equal, trying to share what I come across when I come across it and receive in a mutual, respectful way from other people that are sharing. Sharon and Karen. Don't be a Karen. Word. You want to be the hero from now on? Hey, look, it's always going to be somebody out there with a hero complex. I'll tell you this, though. I'm going to raise a question. Do you have Superman without Lex Luthor? Does Superman ever become what Superman becomes without Lex Luthor to push him all the way there? Is Jesus Jesus without Satan? World needs supervillains, is what I'm saying, without pissing off everyone. It's a it's a game we play, but it's unfortunate. Okay, there is no Jesus without Satan because you have nothing to compare it to. You see what I'm saying? You can't appreciate the greatness of self-sacrifice and loving thy neighbor as you love thyself. You can't appreciate that if there's not this selfish, greedy, stab you in the back comparable. You've got to have the comparables. Okay? I know people hate to hear that. Oh, you're discrediting Jesus. Well, Jesus came here because the devil existed, right? So Jesus exists because the devil existed. If the devil did not exist, Jesus would not exist in the way that Jesus exists in your text and literature. Satan was first. Jesus came second. Just like darkness came first and light came second. I know people hate to hear that. But there was the void. There was nothing. Let there be light. All these light people. Be the light, be the light, be the light, be the light, be the light. trying to ignore the dark, trying to act like the dark has no purpose, that it's all bad, it's all evil, that there's no such thing as shadow work, that there's no need for dark. You cannot have light without dark, period. And you cannot accomplish anything great without friction, without opposition. And when everyone realizes that this is all temporary, that this flesh is temporary, and that it is a game, once you get back up there and it is a game, you can understand it on another conscious level. That there was actual no real harm done down here in the bigger picture. That it was a blip, it was an experience like playing a video game. You know? It's tough to understand though. You cannot have sweet without sour. You have to have the polarity. It's nothing but a temptation. It's a choice. You're either going to be Christ or you're going to be an antichrist. You're either going to do good or you're not. It's really that simple. But I promise you, in this reality, the way this structure's set up, the way these experiences occur, the way you are able to climb to greatness, conquer addictions and the system, whatever, conquer everything. The way you are adversity, that was the word. The way you are able to conquer adversity. Well, there must be the adversity there to become great. Every great athlete, I'll say most great athletes, truly sick great athletes, they had that other sick great athlete that they were competing with, doing it different ways, but competing with. Christ and Antichrist are competing for your conscious awakening to either not happen or happen. Like, obviously, the Matrix, that system, it wants you not to wake up. It wants you to stay right where you're at. That's the design of that's their game. That's their game. That's how they win. Christ wins by you taking responsibility for yourself and stop blaming anything else. I guess I look at it like this: is our purpose to tell someone there is a creator? I try and show them through my actions that there's a creator. I try and, I definitely try and show them through the changes that have occurred in my life, that there is influence outside ready to assist you. But first, you have to acknowledge that you have that power from within to make those changes. And then once you realize you have that power from within to make those changes, you acknowledge that that power has to be coming from somewhere, that it was gifted, that this life was gifted from somewhere. And then you get to a point of you don't even have to prove it to yourself or anyone. You don't even have to look for it anymore. You don't even care what it's defined as, imaged wise, name. It is what it is, and you're interacting with it. This thing we call God, the universe. You're just interacting with it naturally, and it happens. Oh, in ways that you wouldn't even think. Like literally, a song comes on the radio and it's got a message in for you specifically, or something that it literally God talks to you. Think about Bumblebee the Transformer, where in it speaks in sections of already existing media. This character Bumblebee from Transformers. It's a car that can talk. Well, all the other ones can actually communicate, but this one it's jammed up or whatever. But that's kind of how God talks to you through the universe, through signals and signs, whether it's an actual verbal like lyric in a song or a commercial or something comes on, or you get come across a podcast or something, or you find something on the ground, or God is literally, the universe is literally communicating with you and will literally guide you where you need to go. You open up to it. Just open up to it, and acknowledge it, and don't call it coincidence. Coincidence is such a lazy excuse to wonderful divine opportunities. Coincidence. So lazy. All right, let's see what here. Yeah, you wouldn't have Sonic without Eggman. Jim Carrey. Jim Carrey had a woke moment there for a little while, but he got sucked right back into the Matrix. They they did something to him. He was going off on his. He was starting to talk about the cerebral fluid and the sacred secretion and all that stuff on the Norm Macdonald show. And he was getting into all these. He was doing all these paintings and stuff. But then the Trump era came in, and Jim Carrey was sucked right back into. He was either paid off or blackmailed or MK'd Ultra or something, but he went right back into making movies again, and walking the line and not talking about any of these kind of things. But he was very much opening the fucking floodgates on the sacred secretion meditation, and how it was the greatest secret that's being kept from humanity, which it is. I mean, I think at this point, sacred secretion meditation is probably the biggest secret that's being unveiled. Uh, that and the EMCO plasma apocalypse, but that the EMCO plasma apocalypse is something that's unknown as far as when it could happen or anything like that. You making the changes on you and on the inside is something that can start immediately. So, to me, as far as importance, it's this. All that other stuff, it's going to happen when it happens. You'll see the signs, and you'll know if you're meant to survive any kind of cataclysm. You will. You will. Let's see, especially there being worse villain. In fact, I there's plenty of villains for SG. Adversity or villains go. Hey, look, we all play the villain at some point in our life, and to some people, we will always be the villain that they need. For my brother, I am the villain that he will always need. If he doesn't have me to be mad at, to something to strive to be better than, I don't know. And he's great in so many ways. He's better at so many different things to me, but I don't know. To me, it seems like there's something that he just will always hold against me, and I will always be the villain in his story. Whether he chooses to use that villain to become better, or he allows that villain to win in his story, is up to him. But we're all the villain in somebody's story. I can promise you that. And we are the hero in somebody's story as well. We play both roles. We play both roles. And some of it is going to have, it wasn't going to be anything intentional you did. You weren't trying to be the villain in that person. A lot of times you're acting out of a place of love, but because your worldviews are so different, and your level of aggression, no matter how minimal or not, is now villainous to them, and they're not acceptable in your worldview, and so now there's resentment and hate and anger and things built up, and you turn into the villain of their story. I had a villain of my story for up until very recently. You know, I blamed my parents uh, for lack of, what I saw other kids getting and families getting as far as nurturing and family activities and stuff like that. And I blame, 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 blame. What I didn't realize is I needed all those experiences for me to be who I am right now, to see the world as I see it right now. Because if I'd been babied, or if I'd had a perfect life, I might be willing to try and fight and hold on to this system like other people are trying to fight and hold on to this false illusional system. Because I would think everything's fine and great, and I had a good life, and you know, I got to fight to hold on to keep my family and my job, and you know, My toys that I got because other people like them and look at them, and it makes me feel good because other people want my shit. And so many people right now are living that way. They don't have a clue. They don't have a clue what they're doing to their bodies and their minds right now and the future that they're building for their kids, especially if some of the rumors are true about things being passed down hereditary from some of the decisions that are being made by people, the kind of things that they leave on to their children. Mm, mm-mm-mm. Another thing, I'm blessed. I'm blessed that I have no children. I am blessed. I don't know how I would be acting. I don't know about the amount of rage that I would be acting if I had that kind of possessional connection. I don't know what you call it, to why we love a child in our immediate family more than we love the neighbor's child. It's something possessional. Um, but we do on most occasions. I had something, I was going somewhere with that, and then I looked over and read the comment again and lost it. And then I looked at the time, it was like 4:20, but I don't smoke anymore, so happy 4:20 to those who do. I've been streaming for 4 hours and 4 hours and 21 minutes. Good lord. Uh, Let me read the comment again. Let me see. Damn it. I lost my whole train of thought there. It happens sometimes. But oh well. Whatever I was saying, it was semi important and semi. Oh, the villains. I was probably the villains and becoming a villain of somebody's story. Yeah, but it's true. And it's necessary. I hate to say it, it's necessary. This realm was built to be this way. Other realms can exist without the duality and the polarity. A harmonious, unified, conscious type thing. But that's not what this place is. That's not its purpose. Oh yeah. You get divine wisdom, you can turn gray overnight. You guys have seen my beard when my beard is in. I mean, heck, you can see it's gray. Let me tell you, gray hair is definitely a sign of wisdom. It's a sign of conquering many stresses, many different things. Oh yeah, but Jim Carrey, yep, he grew the beard out. He was giving weird interviews. He was having his Kundalini awakening, and somebody reeled him back in, just like they reeled Joe Rogan in when they gave him the Spotify contract, $100 million or whatever it was at the time, groundbreaking. Just all of a sudden, he doesn't believe in flat earth anymore. He doesn't believe that the moon landing was a hoax anymore. He doesn't believe that all these things that he had built his reputation, where he was skyrocketing into this alternative thought platform. As soon as he went Spotify, things changed very quickly. Very quickly. And it's the same with Jim Carrey. Who's that female fighter that they tried to cancel? Gina Carano or whatever. Canceled from Star Wars for, God, I can't remember. It was probably misidentifying a gender or some crap. I have no idea. But she was let go. And she's become one of those against the system blue check marky people, inside the system, but the system was turning on her. And so she's one of these Trump sided people. I finally just got on one of her tweets and was like, you got a little bit of taste of the pill? But if you think that this politic BS stuff is real, you got so much more to learn. Please do it before they buy you back in, because they will. Because if you got any kind of platform, if you're actually reaching anyone, because of this society of celebrity worship and idolization, you've actually, that's why they call them influencers. You've actually got some influence. We got it's bought off or blackmail every time. Or that person fell down the stairs and became Ivana Trump. Ivana Trump. Sacrifice? Maybe. Today, wait, weren't there just some elections recently? When were the elections? I can't remember the elections. Maybe that was another country. I was reading something about elections recently. Oh, Trump said he's already made his decision and he will announce uh the decision. He's trying to figure out if he'd do it before the elections or after the election. So I'm guessing we have midterms. I'm guessing 2022. Yeah, so midterms must be November. Little ritual sacrifice. Was Ivana a little ritual sacrifice? Blunt trauma to the head, falling down the stairs, I believe is what they said. Interesting. Sam Gold has a girlfriend. Her name too is Gina. Right on, man. I don't have a girlfriend. I don't think I'll ever have a girlfriend again. I think I am probably flying this train solo for the until the final departure. But the minute you say anything like that, something weird happens. But the fact that I have no desire to go get a job, um, probably going to affect that. Probably people don't want to date someone who's purposely not trying to go be a part of the beast system as long as they can, because they don't understand that. I have been single for 10 years. Last woman I was with was my ex. I was 30 ish the last time we were together. I think we could be on and off there. You know how that goes towards the end of relationships. You'll get back together for a couple months, then you'll realize the same shit, still the same shit. You'll fight, you'll break up again. 10 years. Well, be honest, I had no position to give myself to anyone anyway. With all the healing I'm still trying to go through, and decisions that I still have to make, haven't made yet. I'm in no position for that. If something happened organically, great. But like going out and seeking it, no. I pray every day that the universe will send me a friend, a companion, someone in my local area that is already on my same, maybe not the exact same wavelength, but already understands what we're actually going through, that the system is shit, that health is important, that getting out there and being productive in the community is important. I would love a fucking partner in crime. I am so over being the lone ranger, the lone wolf at this point. And this is great and all, but this is only so much. I would love like someone to work out with, someone to go on my walks with, someone to, have a meal with, to where I could prepare some food with, share some recipes and ideas with. Nothing sexual. I don't care if it's a male or female. I have no desire for a sexual relationship. I still got insecurities I'm not over on my own. Like my teeth and shit. Prime example. I am in no position to try and have that kind of relationship. But man, I would love to find one fucking person, excuse my language again, in my area that has got even a inkling of the same kind of idea of what's going on that I do, because it has been a lonely 6 years. I cut myself off, or I left the beast system when I was 34. Shortly after 33, 33. Of course, it happened between 33 and 34, but I stayed working a little bit longer than I probably wanted to before I just finally said I'm done. I cannot work for corporations anymore. I can't do this money chasing thing anymore. I'm done. I don't care. And I was ready to die for it. Ready to take my life and say I will not go back to being a slave for any kind of dollar wage, and I don't want to go back into the world even if I get a good wage and just act like the things that I've learned and felt now aren't real. So, it has been, yeah, 6 years of no work, of no going to bars, no going to any kind of social place at all, of completely being a lone ranger. Um, you're not being rude or non-social to people when I go out to a grocery store or something like that, because I'm still very much a social person, as far as like trying to make eye contact. If I see a name tag, trying to address them by their name tag, like giving them that human experience that so many people are lacking. That level of acknowledgement that I see you, you're here, and I appreciate that you are here, even if you're not servicing me. I appreciate that you are here. Um, but yeah, I have not had a friend. I have not had a meal with someone. I have not had uh, anything. It's in over 6 years. 6 years. But I hope that it's coming soon. That I'll finally be ready and living in my truth enough to where the universe of God will say, "Hey, here is somebody on that. Like here, you know, you're there. You're genuine. Like you're not hurting yourself. You're not going to hurt them. You're going to be able to offer them equal amount of respect, attention, as someone as dominant as I can be tends to take. Um, then it'll happen. And I think that's why this is important. And I've got to remember that this is important. Getting together with us, because a lot of us are spread out on purpose. I think that's the way it had to happen. And if you put all of the awake people and see this world for what it is, all in one area, there's no one to influence in other areas of the world by leading by example, by breaking away from the matrix, by healing themselves, by getting stronger, by getting healthier. If we're all in general locale area living on an island together, the rest of the world doesn't have anything to feed off of for change. So we're spread out on purpose, I believe. And we are all these different locations to observe and to lead by example the best way that we can, to share that regained confidence and lack of fear with like I said, just living your life the proper way, and allowing others to see it, and hopefully it rubs off sooner than later. But something I have thought about numerous times is why are all of us spread out? Like, they say strength in numbers, but it's because our strength in numbers is being used by infiltrating all the herds of sheep. We are the shepherds, and there's too many sheep all over. We can't have all the shepherds in one area, so we are pretty spread out. I think that might be by cosmic design. It's where we're best utilized. But I am grateful, or I am longing for the day to be able to sit with like-minded people, be able to hug someone that, you know, is in their truth and in their skin comfortably. And for me to be able to do it for the first time too. Because ever since my awakening, I have not been able to be around one person. I have not encountered one person that is on it as well, that truly sees what's going on in the world. Everyone has been through the social media game. The only people I've had any kind of contact with, real contact on a are my family, and they are all completely on the opposite page. Completely. Even the ones that say that they're Bible believers and like literal Jesus believers, they still don't truly want to acknowledge the world and who's running it and what these people are. They still want to trust that these people have their best interest in play, that these are genuinely people that are trying to get them healthy, trying to make the world a better place. But yet, year after year, you're less and less money and you're less and less healthy. And the government gets bigger and bigger, and the hospitals get bigger and bigger, and the colleges get bigger and bigger. Their system gets bigger, problem gets bigger. You keep trusting them. Definition of insanity. So it is what it is. Yeah. And at some point you have to realize that for certain people, for a lot of people, there's not going to be enough action for them to witness to change. That you'll have to just eventually, with certain people, no matter how much you think you love them, or how much you think you need them in your life for you to be at your best. In reality, to be at your best, they have to be let go. And that's what happened with my mother and I and my brother and I. The relationships the three of us had were so toxic and so completely blame everyone else in existence, whether it was God, the government, each other, strangers, whatever. Nobody was taking any responsibility for the reasons they were not happy and productive members of society. Well, we're all on different paths now. And it's what we needed. It's what we needed. I couldn't get to my next step. They couldn't get to their next step. And my father has gotten to take a whole nother step in his evolution because now he's getting to do all these things, all these regrets that he thought he had of not ever being like an actual like dad and like nurturer stuff or like trying to, joke around or even fuck have a conversation at all. He's now getting that chance. He's getting that second chance. So everyone's getting something out of finally admitting that some of us are not meant to be in each other's everyday lives. No matter how much we think that that's supposed to be. We all love everyone deep down inside. We all love everyone. We do. Whether we like people, that's temporary. It comes and goes. But I think everyone loves everyone. I think love is eternal. It's inside of us. It's beaten down and pushed away. But I believe the core of humanity is love. And I believe that it exists within all of us. And I think we all want to share it with everyone. But I think that sh- you know constructs and decisions, systems implemented to trick you out of it, manipulate you out of it, to make you feel like that's not the right way. Inversion, inversion of what's real and what's not, what's right and what's wrong. Let's see. Jesse Williams said the game. The Pistons won that and they gave it to the Spurs. The Pistons won that and they gave it to the Spurs. Talking basketball, but I don't know what you're talking about. I stopped voting when the Pistons lost to the Spurs. Oh, I stopped voting when the Pistons lost to the Spurs. When did the Pistons lose to the Spurs? I automatically want to think about championship games, but the only championship game the Pistons were in was like 2004, and that was against the Lakers, if I'm not mistaken. When did the Pistons lose to the Spurs? Now you got me thinking. I used to be really big into sports, and I used to, work at Buffalo Wild Wings, or sport a lot of different sports bars, but I used to be very big into following sports. Hell, I still catch myself, even though I'm not into it now, just putting on ESPN in the background just to hear talking because I don't want to hear news. And really, I should just be putting on YouTube and putting on something educational, informative. But I catch myself still checking in on the Matrix bullshit. I won't lie. I won't deny it. Um, I really like following Kyrie and Novak Djokovic. So I've been kind of following the Kyrie situation, and then definitely was supporting Novak during the Wimbledon. I got up early and watched that for the week, 2 weeks. But the Pistons beating the Spurs. The Pistons, no, the Pistons lost to the Spurs. It was in the 80s. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I try. I no longer get involved with the laundry, like the Falcons or the Cowboys. Like I was a Cowboys fan growing up, or I was a Cubs fan. My baseball team was Cubs. My basketball team was Chicago. I wasn't ever really into hockey too much growing up, but my football team was the Cowboys. Okay, and so I don't get into laundry anymore because it's laundry. It means nothing. What I do try and still appreciate is the actual athleticism and the competitive level of watching people who are supposed to be the best at something go against other people and just watching it play out. I don't get involved in the results because I know it's all scripted and manipulated for money and marketing, and that's just there's nothing that's going to change my point of view on that. You do not allow billions of dollars to just if you can influence the outcome of how billions of dollars are going to be made, you're going to do so. And we know the type of people that run the world. So they're not leaving anything to chance. They're creating narratives, they're creating storylines, they're propping up certain franchises to be, you know, winners, and then, everyone else just plays the game and gets their piece of the pie. But I do appreciate watching actual sport. And that's why I think I appreciate now more than ever the individual sport. Uh the Novak Djokovic playing tennis or the golf and stuff like that, because I feel like there's less people to bribe or less chances of it not being a legit win or something. I don't know. But yeah, no, I mean, look, entertainment is here. It exists. Again, we just have to choose what kind of entertainment we consume, how much of it we consume, balance everything out. And remembering the difference between entertainment and real life, unlike most of the world who thinks their celebrities are gods. Novak's completely awake to what's going on. Novak, and again, is he playing a part? Is he a pawn or power in the name? Did he pick the name because some people say that you pick your name before you even come here. Like you sign a contract, like a soul contract, that you know what you're coming here to do, and you pretty much know how your life is going to have to happen. But you come down here with a blank memory, and you come play the game. Some people think that. A lot of people believe there's power in the name. A lot of people believe there's power in the name. His name is literally Novak. Novak, Novaks. I don't believe in coincidence. Now, is that cosmic divine? Or is he playing a role as controlled opposition? Because we know there's controlled opposition. Alex Jones is considered controlled opposition. Joe Rogan is considered controlled opposition. So, I mean, you find it odd he could play in two of the tournaments, but can't play in the other two, right? And America is one of the one he can't play. America, the land of the free, is is one of the countries that he can't play in. But his name is literally Novak. That's too much coincidence for me to believe in coincidence. It's either it was scripted that way by the powers to be, and he's one of them, and he's just playing his role, or he truly is one of us, and his time is numbered before they finally say, you don't get to play in any tournaments anymore, and you're done. We're going to make an example of you. The idea that he's still playing and still making millions of dollars, still getting to be interviewed on TV, will always have me question. Until you are outside of the system and not making their millions of dollars and not getting on TV and not getting endorsements, I will always I will always be skeptical. But at least he's saying the things that I agree with right now and inspiring other people to take a stand on bodily autonomy, because that's all I care about. I care about truth on what you're actually putting. If they want to tell you exactly what's going in these things and that it's going to transhumanize you and turn you into this, that, and the other, but these are the risks, and that it's okay because if you die, you can just reincarnate and come back, or you could like there is like just tell people the truth. If they want to make the decision, go for it. I don't care. Do what you want to do. It's when you start forcing people to do something, it's when I'm sorry, I draw a line. And you know, that's why I lost I used to be a Nadal fan during the it's kind of like rooting for the next guy up. I'm not even gonna lie. Roger Federer was dominating. Nadal came along. Nadal wore the longer shorts there for a little while. He had the longer hair. He was much more like the outside tennis member. So I was rooting for him for a while until he went all heavy on his stance. And I was like, nope. From now on, I root for Novak 100% until he shows a different truth. Right now, I got to trust in the truth that's being presented with a grain of salt, with a close eye. But I mean, and Novak could have probably, well, he lost to Nadal in the French, but I mean, if anyone was going to win the Grand Slam, it was Novak or Nadal, and they cheated Novak out of it. They just completely took it away from him. And now Nadal is having medical issues, like multiple medical issues over the last year and a half. Multiple medical issues. The other guy's healthy and can't cross a border. Take it as it is. I'm not insinuating anything. I am implying. Such I'm such an asshole. The stage handlers, yeah, they're all stage handlers. Yep. That's what I say. People can't like the Elon Musk stuff I was talking about. He's a stage handler. He's an actor. Not even a stage handler. He's an actor. The demiurge. Mhm. Some just came up on my timeline about Sophia and the demiurge and all that again recently. Trying to remember what they were talking about. Yeah, all I consider all that entertainment now for me. All of it's entertainment. With the chance of it being real. Because I know that me focusing on this and health and just like I said, meditation is the only thing that truly matters and the only thing that I can truly control and prove with cause and effect outcomes, verifiable data. I exercise, I get stronger, I feel better. I eat right, I feel better, I'm not bloated. Like I get sunshine, I feel awake and invigorated and energized. And when I meditate, I get answers and calmness and things like that. So that's what I focus on as far as results. All this other research now, it's like I used to be like very much like, okay, we can figure out the M code date. We can figure out how Tartaria and this all really collapsed. We could figure out this, that, and the other. I realized I was wasting time and energy from what was truly important. And so now I'm like, yep, all that stuff. I consume it as it comes across my timeline, but it's all about health and trying to mend whatever relationships that you can mend that have a willing participant on the other side. That's it. You know, Everything else is going to unfold one day at a time, and a lot of it is going to be out of our hands. Demi-urge runs the light, and the chimera runs the dark. Yeah, a lot of different names and a lot of different mythologies and characterizations of the energies and the planetary bodies and things like that create this reality of duality and polarity. It's gonna be fun um, to like regroup with people afterwards, and like I'm just excited for it. Like I'm excited to be a part of the new world, whatever it's going to be. This new reality. Um, but I'm also not rushing it anymore. Like I think so many of us are waiting for an event to happen, an event whether it's a rapture, a Jesus returning, a World War III, a nuclear bomb, the sky falling, plasma, aliens. So many people are just sitting waiting that they're not accomplishing anything at all. They're just and I was one of those people there for a while. Like I was just like, all right, there's nothing else to do but to just ride this out. Mm, Not necessarily accurate. There's still plenty I can do. Um, because we only have today. And if I was able to help this person or I did something that made me have a better day, then that was heaven on earth today. If I had the best day ever, I've got nothing else to compare it to, then that was heaven. If I woke up and I felt the best, I ate the best foods, they tasted the best, I had the greatest laughs with people, I heard the best sounds and saw the most amazing colors and things, that would be heaven. Would have nothing else to compare it to. That would be the best day of my life. That would be heaven until the next best day. So I no longer wait. I'm no longer waiting. We're all always waiting. But what I'm saying is I'm no longer putting anything on hold. As As much as a lot of us want it to be soon, we want something big, catastrophic, whether we're talking about like life ending or just systematic catastrophe. Sitting around waiting does nothing. And if we're wrong, all we did was give power and more strength to the energies we don't want dominating the matrix. As much as the MCO event makes sense, scientifically, spiritually, we still don't know if it's a true thing. It can all add up. That's how great deceit can be. It can look like everything down to the final line, and then that final piece just doesn't fit in, and the whole freaking engine doesn't work. So it's nothing but a bunch of parts and a fictitious idea. So we don't know. We can have probability. Hey, the probability of all the facts is saying that this conspiracy theory is the most likely outcome. But we don't know. But what we do know is if we're sitting around idle and we're not doing anything to lead by example, if we're not cleaning up ourselves, our neighborhoods, our community, and starting from within, cleaning up from within, and then cleaning up our immediate area, cleaning up our house, our living areas, our yards, our communities, and allowing that ripple, that 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 ripple to just expand, that energy, that aura, that torus field to expand, then the other energy is going to continue to dominate the matrix. So that's why we live every day to the best of trying to do something we've never done before, something that makes us happy, something that makes somebody else happy without going out of our way and sacrificing our own happiness. But just generous acts of kindness and supporting is all it takes. If we're not doing those things, we're just inviting the world that we think is barreling towards us. So don't sit idle. Don't sit idle because we don't have a 100% guarantee. What you do have a 100% guarantee on is what you're doing in the moment. Today, when you wake up tomorrow, get that sunshine in you, breathe that fresh air, and start doing good. Just start doing good. Make tomorrow that day of heaven. Whatever it is, as close to it as you can get. Pick out your favorite food, your favorite music, find a stranger to do something nice for without any expectations back. Do something nice for the environment, the earth, plant a flower, plant a tree, pick up some trash, whatever. Go feed a duck. I'm just giving ideas here. Go live that best day. One day at a time. Ripple it out, infect people with it, let other people see that you're not out there with the John Cena on, that you're not afraid, that you're smiling, that you're doing things. And if we end up in another realm and another reality and it happens like that, or we wake up and the plug is pulled and we're in simulation or suspended animation, fine, that's the case. But if not, we are already doing the work here to make the change that we want, and it here. We don't have to go looking for it elsewhere. It's here eventually. But wasting another day is wasting another day. Wasting another hour is wasting another hour. People say they want to be more like Jesus, but they're too caught up in all the material stuff. They're too caught up in the perception of others. They're afraid to just walk the streets in the same clothes a couple days in a row and just live and just be there for other people and to eat healthy, be loving. They'd be doing it if they really cared. They'd be walking like Jesus if they really cared, instead of talking about Jesus. They'd be walking with Jesus, as Jesus. New Agers. Yeah, well, I don't exactly know what a New Ager is. I've got an idea because it's it's been misrepresented, because the term New Age is a lot of the things that New Age movement talks about is very old societal habits. What I don't like about is the light, like I said earlier, the light movement. I think that's associated with the New Age. Like everything's light and everything's just joy and everything is a choice. And you can choose to genuinely be all those things. But all those other things exist. You're not just going to erase them from existence in this reality. It's just not going to happen. This playground, this portion of the playground doesn't go anywhere. That's why if you look at the flat earth model and you think that there are multiple domes in multiple places, the rules of this dome, these 7 continents, not the same rules, not the same physics, not the same environment as right outside the dome on the next 7 continents, or however many there are on that ring of water. Read some chat here for a moment. Let's see, Susan said, clean whole food practicing living in the now and meditation, resting in the silence, simple and most profound. Absolutely. Absolutely. Everything else is outside of our control. Everything else outside of our control, but we can control how we eat. We can control the kind of rest we get. We can control how we treat our body, and we can control the way we treat other people. Outside of that, keep focusing on the first two. Well, I missed you guys too. I missed you too, Jill. I appreciate that. They will probably fake it as much as they do everything else. Well, yeah. I mean, there will always be inversion and deception, and that's a part of the game. That's a part of the game. Um, there's the NPC theory that not everyone is supposed to wake up. That those who are awake, so they can play out this final stage of the game, and all the other NPCs are just there as background filler, and that they're not supposed to wake up. The New Agers talk about yeah. So that's what I was talking about on the domes and stuff. So like this dome is the duality and polarity. This dome is always for this game, for the lessons that are learned in this type of environment, is always going to be the same. So the whole, we're going to turn this area into nothing but light, and there's going to be no darkness, never going to be a liar, a cheater, a thief, a murderer. There's never going to be anything like that. That I don't think happens in this area. Now, not get outside this bubble, go to the other lands, could be completely different set of rules. It could be all light. It could be that's where they get the idea of light, that those people came from here and they forget that, oh, wait, that's out here, not in here. In here, I came here to experience shadow again, to remind myself what shadow is, to work with it and the light, to become something above light and shadow, to transcend both the light and the shadow. Again, who am I? I'm just a bald, crazy guy. I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. I'm just ideas. Someone smarter than me will come along and be like, hey, you know what? You're a fucking idiot. Or, hey, you know what? this much of what you were saying was true. If you put it with this over here, you figured it out. Now you got yourself connected puzzle piece. Yeah, well, on the Twitter, see, that's the other thing about so that's another reason why, you know, I try not to get involved in caring about social media results or numbers or anything like that is because we know half our internet is bots at this point. It's just fake accounts, fake people spewing a bunch of bullshit, trending topics just to get something to trending, bunch of bot topics. Now everyone's talking about this. It's the same. It's like the same thing with the numbers they put on the TV saying this many people have made this decision. It's just a number on a screen, no proof behind it. I see all these accounts tweeting all this stuff. I see a trending topic. It has no actual validity to me because don't know if any of it is actually true. If any of it is actually coming from an actual conscious thinking being that has to deal with consequence, not some AI bot, not some masked, typed out thing that 5,000 cell phones on a wall have all just tweeted out. These bot farm factories or whatever they're called. I mean, if you live on your TV or social media, all you think is that everything is negative and don't leave your house. Like that's all you think, depending on what accounts you're following on social media. But even a lot of the truther accounts are into the fear mongering and the black pill and waiting for the one event and just sitting idle. But there are massive amounts of great things happening too that aren't getting talked about, that aren't being exposed. Um, so take your trending topics, grain of salt, because there's just a lot of fake accounts out there. A lot of the attention will always be put on the negative, obviously, because that's what they do. They're you know fear mongers. That's how they get people to go along with agreeing to their things, whatever it is. Let's see. That's interesting. I don't think the other. I don't. I think this is the only planet. I think Earth is the only planet. I think all the other um objects in the sky are luminaries. I don't think they're physical. I don't think they actually have a physical terrain. I think the only physical terrain in this galaxy, as far as what we see and what we know, is the planet Earth. I think it could be forever expanding. I think it could be there could be so many different ripples and rings and firmaments and lands, and those different lands could have dinosaurs and dragons and different atmospheres and different ways to breathe or communicate. You'd have telepathy in one. Uh, the planet Earth that has physical properties, material, is the only one to me from the knowledge and information that I've been able to gather. I believe all the other ones. Now they could be flat discs if that's what you mean, still luminary flat disk and not spheres with a a spherical back, just like a plate, a disc in the sky, if that's what you mean. But if you think that they're terrains, like their idea of them going to Mars and landing on Mars, I think that's all false, and I think that's a lie. When they say they're going to other lands, they're going to other continental lands on the planet Earth in other firmaments outside of the initial firmament. That's what I believe. Okay, that's what you mean? Yeah, just disk? Yeah. Could be like holes in the curtain, if you will. No, they're definitely vibrating, conscious, luminary um, energy vortexes, whatever they are. But they're definitely not physical planes that could be landed on or terraformed or any other kind of crazy stuff these NASA and Elon Musk fools try and tell you. Let's see. I'll check. Speaking of Twitter, let's see if anything's being talked about right now. Sports, government, sports. Yeah, a lot of baseball. You know it's summertime and people are bored if they're tweeting about baseball. But I guess gambling kind of took sports concern or sports observation year long to a whole nother level. I mean, now because now people are paying attention to things they wouldn't have paid attention to because now they got money on the line. Hey, my thing's not working. Huh. Ooh, Bank of Canada. What was Bank of Canada doing? That was something earlier that happened this week. What did they try to do? They tried to do something recently, and people were flipping about the Bank of Canada. Can't remember what they did. Huh. What is this?
Bank of Canada, they are talking about, well, they just raised the interest rate, the baseline interest rate by 1% as 100 basis points in economic jargon. We got Carolyn Rogers over here, Senior Deputy Governor of Bank of Canada, and she says something really interesting that made me sit up in my seat, put down my drink, and do a double take. Maybe I'll let Senior Deputy Governor Carolyn Rogers lead off on that, and maybe I'll add something at the end. Go ahead, Carolyn.
Yeah, thanks for the question. Look, we've been really clear all along with Canadians that we're in an environment where forecasting is really difficult. We went through a pandemic, and then we're in a war. Um,
She just said we're in a war. Canada is in a war. See, they slip out and they tell you guys all the time the truth. We are in war right now. We are at World War III is going on. For all those that wanted World War III, it is happening, but it is more of a psychological war than anything, and a spiritual war. But it's already been in full effect. Is there going to be other kind of stuff happening soon? Who knows? Who cares at this point? But to deny that the world is at war, even if we're just acknowledging that we're at a conscious war, is lying to yourselves. But that was a clip on Twitter that I was just watching from one of the representatives, Bank of Canada, explaining how they just raised the interest rate a whole percentile, which is rare. That doesn't really ever happen. To go up from a 1.5 to a 2.5% interest rate is a lot. Uh, but she literally just said, we are in war. We sure are. We sure are. Welcome back, Jesse. Oh, yeah, spiritual war. Yeah. I mean, you're a spiritual war from the day you're born. It's just right now there is a public um, war going on a mass scale, and we're gonna win. We are going to win. Nothing they can do about it. Oh, I wasn't done looking to see if there was anything that popped up we could talk about real quick. So, Bank of Canada has raised their inflation and expect inflation to officially be over 8% and stay there for a few months, they warn. They're just crashing the economy. That's it. That is it. Crash in the economy. This is where I wish I had my screen share in here, guys, because I'd just pop up and show you. Wait a second. Hold up. I might still be able to screen share with you guys. I just don't think I'll be able to multi-stream. I think Streamlabs I can still just I just had an epiphany. I'm not a technological person, guys, and I don't really care to be on computers too much, but I think tomorrow I'll sign on in through Streamlabs instead of YouTube directly, and I'll be able to use the screen share stuff. I just won't have the ability to multi-stream, which is okay. Because I think most people ended up on YouTube anyway. Most people came over to YouTube and got in the chat. I mean, I did have people on Facebook and Twitch and stuff commenting, but I can always just leave a message over there telling them to come over to YouTube. So maybe that's what we'll do some more screen share tomorrow. We'll look at some of the things going on, try and be as sly with it as we can. But we'll look at some things tomorrow. I'd have to shut down the stream right now and play around with Streamlabs for a little bit. But yeah, I'll do that tomorrow because yeah, that'll be fun, and we'll be able to look at some stuff. And if anyone's got anything that they want us to look at or share or uh, take a peek at, we'll be able to do that. That'll be cool. Hey, I'm glad I just thought about that. For some reason, I was thinking that the screen sharing was a perk that came with the premium service, but it's actually not. That was just a normal functionality of the base product, I believe. So that's cool. Hey, all right. I might actually have to do a little homework tomorrow and look and see if there's anything intriguing that we can look at together. And I always encourage you guys to do the same. Definitely. Oh yeah, the red pill will be like, oh man, they all think Elon's outside of the matrix, and he's an outsider of the system who just happens to be the richest man, quote unquote. He's not the richest man in the world, but his character, this Tony Stark character, he's the richest man in the world, but he's outside of the system. Come on, man. Like the lies we tell ourselves to find a false outside hero, whether it's Elon, a politician, celebrity, Jesus Christ, whatever. We want to keep continuously pull all the glory and put it on somebody else. Like, it's just silly. Oh, yeah. He's going to buy Twitter. He's going to save our free speech. Okay. Whatever you think, guys. Why do you think this guy's a good guy? What makes you think that this guy is a good guy? Just because he's got a bunch of money and some fancy toys that they say he owns? Idolize him. Like, literally. It's crazy. I thought about asking him who his hair plug guy was because he's done some work. Have you ever seen the earlier pictures of Elon? Go look at the earlier pictures of Elon and then look at him now. The man has had remarkable hair work done. Remarkable. Okay. Man, he got a hairline. He got the patch all filled in back there. Looking like a chia pet. Come on now. But that's about the only advice that I would have taken from him back when I gave a rat's ass about if I had hair or not. He is a gray. He's an alien. He doesn't believe in aliens. That's what someone that's an alien would say, right? He doesn't believe in aliens, though. I believe is what he said on the Joe Rogan podcast. Yeah, he's just a weird dude who talks funny. And they were like, "Yeah, we're going to use you to be this character. Like you have a certain voice. Remember, the voice is much more powerful than the look. Keep trying to tell people that. The voice is much more powerful than the look. Okay? The sound of somebody's voice is hypnotizing. It's it's literally hypnotizing. That's why they pick certain people to be commercial voiceover people, like a James Earl Jones or something like that. There's voice is very powerful, and tones of voice, sound, frequency, sound is extremely powerful. So his little weird, quirky way of talking is one of the reasons he was selected to play his role. Not sure if I'm right, but heard if you are playing a video, stop it a few times and then you don't get copyright strike. Well, there are a couple different ways with copyright strikes, and if I'm using somebody's content that deserves to be paid, I want them to be paid. That's not what I'm worried about. Copyright strike, that's not what I'm worried about. I'm worried about the misinformation, lies, and the BS, that kind of stuff. Like when we went to the FDA and CDC websites to literally show ingredients and things like that. That video was considered misinformation. Where else do you go? It's the FDA website. These are the people. This is the CDC website. It's saying mRNA. It's saying gene therapy. It's saying this, that, and the other. Where else am I supposed to go? I'm literally reading the documentation from the experts, but I got shut down. So the copyright strike, like if I play a clip of like a movie or music or something like that, and they say, hey, this is a copyright strike. We're going to, if you keep it up, we're going to monetize. They're going to get monetized or something like that. Whatever. I don't care if they make money off my video. Whatever. That's it. I'm worried about the misinformation. But yeah, you can also another trick. They say you can play it at like 1.5 speeds or like slow it down to 0.75 speed. So like the speed of the video is it will throw off the detection and things like that. Yeah. But I don't like the idea of having to weasel, snake, or cheat, uh, or put all that extra effort into like when I think I'm just doing the right thing. I hate that. I feel like, man, it's not my. I'm much more of a just let it flow, get on and let it flow thing, which obviously got me suspended because I had already known that they were shutting people down like that. But again, to me, it was the right thing to do. Like I said, even if one person saw that stream and wasn't aware of the potential ingredients or side effects or something like that, and they stopped themselves or their child or something from getting it just based off, and that one person was in my channel being suspended or terminated at that point was worth it because that was one person. And now that one person, I have no idea what that one person is going to accomplish in this world. It could be they could end up being you know, the greatest whatever, and it was because they happened to catch a piece of information on my stream. Great, awesome. Totally worth being terminated. My goal this time around is just try, like I said, just to try and be here, just to chat, to not get stressed out about numbers or money or growth or do I have an actual topic tonight to talk about? Let's just get on here and be with each other. Let's just hang out. If we grow, if we have more people pop in, if we meet new people, that's great. I'm gonna try and label the videos some way to where it's like supportive and like where people feel like, oh, I can go in there and just hang out for a little, be myself. Not try to be so aggressive with maybe some of the topic titles that might scare some people off before they even get a chance to come in and feel some love and feel some energy. Maybe just try and be more of a support group channel going forth in a lot of ways, more than rather than an information platform, because the information is being truth is being called misinformation and misinformation is being called truth, and it's just, I think it might be more beneficial to just have another support group type thing, like what my father and his guys are doing. Just people to have a place to get together. And like I said, we could start doing some Zooms if anyone actually wants to, you know, and you don't even have to get on camera with some of these platforms. Like it will give you an avatar. If you don't want to be seen, if you're not comfortable being seen, or you don't have a webcam, but you have a headset and you can get on, you could do that. Uh, I don't know if I think all of them have to where you could do it to where you're just audio and you're just hanging out and talking with all of the group, and you could pick a picture of a cat, whatever, and that could be your avatar icon. So you don't have to worry about, I'm not presentable today. Oh my god, my hair. I mean, that's what I go through every day, obviously. So yeah, I'm thinking that's kind of the direction that I want to go. Not someone who has all the answers, just trying to be here and trying to give people an opportunity to be heard. Be honest with anything I might actually have any information about, and then say, hey, no, I think you need to go check out this channel, or I think you need to go, check out, this website. There's some great information in detail that I'm just like vaguely aware of, but I know that that's what you're looking for. If I have a direct answer, man, we're going to hit the ground running. I'm going to be honest. I'm not going to sugarcoat for you. I'll be like, look, you need to get your butt off the couch. You need to go for a walk. You need to do 10 push ups tomorrow. Like, they're just things you need to do. Just like I'm telling myself, I need to do these things. I think the dinner idea is a really cool idea. I really do. If we can find 4 or 5 of us that want to get together and do like a meal together, and then like we could talk about it and we could share the way it was prepared, if it's a cultural thing, if it comes from a specific culture, um, the health benefits. You can give a little report about, like, hey, these ingredients are good for this, good for this, good for this. This is why I eat it, because it specifically helps me with this. And just have a meal together. Just coming up with ideas. I don't know. I just I don't want to leave you guys again, and I don't want to feel like it's redundant or repetitive or boring for anyone. Um, and I want people that, if there's anyone out there that wants to get involved. Like, this is a platform. It is not my platform. I created it. This is a platform. This could be a community thing. This could be a podcast with multiple people. Some people could be permanent. Some people can come and go. Where it could be like a roundtable discussion. Uh, I'm just throwing ideas out there. Throwing ideas out there. Like I said, I'm not a king, not a dictator, not a hero. Just a guy wants to connect with other people who are going through the same things that I'm going through. Maybe not the exact, and we can help each other, love each other. We can give each other kicks in the butts when we need it. Say, hey, you said you were not going to blah 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 today, and look what you're doing over. I see you drinking that Diet Coke. Hey, go dump that Diet Coke out and grab yourself a water. I got you. Support right here. All right. Well, we're gonna wrap it up here in about 4 minutes, unless I see some new numbers pop in, or I mean, new names pop in. Numbers. I mean, I look at the number to see if a new comments coming in, but 10 o'clock seems like a good. We did about a 5.5 hour stream tonight. It was really great reconnecting with everyone that got a chance to show up. Um, I'll throw, like I said, I'll throw a message in Discord and on a couple of the other platforms, letting people know that I'm back. Let's try and say, let's try and say a time. Let's say, okay, so let's say tomorrow. Let's try and get a schedule here. Thinking around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Eastern time, maybe 4 o'clock in the afternoon. I'll throw out something in Discord. Um, and in the Facebook Awakened Reality, just letting people know I go live in case for some reason you're shadow banned on YouTube or you don't get notifications from the channel on YouTube. Sometimes you'll get it on one of the other platforms. So if you're on one of the other platforms, uh, know that the stream won't come through on the platform, but you'll get a heads up to just pop over to YouTube if you want to watch it and hang out with us in the chat. I am going to hop off here because I'm getting a slight little bit of a headache, I think, from the headset being on, and the fact that this is the first day without cannabis. So it's going to be the first day. I have a little bit of withdrawal here. I used cannabis for the last couple weeks to kind of get myself back in the flow, get off the couch, get the energy going. But I promised myself I would not go back to being a habitual user, and so I used plenty enough for the last 2 weeks, got myself going, and I told myself today that we're back to the sober train. After going a year plus sober, I took a couple weeks to use some cannabis, so I could feel a little bit of a headache coming in, but it was totally worth it, guys. I love you all so very, very much, and I'm so sorry that I disappeared for as long as I did. But know that you guys were always in my thoughts, that I was always checking my apps and my Discord, my Facebook Messenger, and stuff like that. And those who did reach out, they know that I did respond and I did communicate, whether it was short. Um, I apologize, but I was definitely like everyone else, going through the motions, going through a little bit of the dark night of the soul reoccurrence, and having to finally step back into some truth and get that ball rolling again in the right direction. So I'm back. I'm glad to be back. I love you guys very, very much. I'll be up for a couple hours if anyone sends anything through Discord or anything like that. I'll be checking things out. I'll be up for about another 2 hours or so, and then I'm gonna call it a night. You guys take care of yourselves. Remember, breathing, number one thing to focus on. Focus on that breathing. Stay balanced, guys, and we'll get through this. I love you guys so much. My name's Jeremy. This is Awakened Reality. Check me out. Find me on any platform that you have. Let me know if there's anything I could do for you. Take care. Have a great night.